Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this episode of Crow Lane. I'm Jess. I am your game master for this campaign, and I'm very happy to be here, causing crimes in a loving way. I believe this is our last episode before we go on our winter break for December. I think. According to my calendar, this is actually, we're in September right now. So if it's not like the end of November, just ignore me. This didn't happen. If it is, I think this is our last episode before we go on hiatus. So happy holiday. This is our Christmas present from us to you. But yeah, so there'll be no Crow Lane next month, but we'll be back very shortly with more shenanigans. So, let me pass it over to my lovely cast to introduce themselves. Let's start with Bree.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Happy holidays. My name is Bree. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me at probably your local holiday market. Support your local artisans. There's so much awesome random stuff like getting created and shared and made during this time of season, and shop local. Yeah, that's my PSA for the session.
Love a Christmas
I have a new one,
market.
everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me on the internet at Sapphic Stregonona or just Sapphic Strega. You can also find me haunting your local graveyard like the ghost of Christmas Gay.
Woof. Yeah, that'll do it. James.
Hi everybody, I'm James. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me some places at Nice One James, other places at TTRP Gay. It's a little plot hook from me to you. You're welcome. I think when this comes out, I will have either just finished or will be soon in. Just look at my social media. I have things in that time of year, but I don't want to jinx it by saying for sure. So I'm doing something. Maybe. Come find me doing that thing if I am doing it, and if I'm not, don't worry about it. You can also find me playing Dragon Age when this comes out, because it will be out finally. Thank fucking God. Don't need me. I'm in Thetis. Thank you.
I love a vaguely ominous, come find me, or maybe don't.
I just don't know, man.
Time is a weird soup.
Real.
Mara!
Hey everyone, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or just College of Lore Dropout. I am doing other projects now, also probably as well, so find out about them over there. And this is a reminder from me to you, if you see a snow angel on the ground, I made it.
Oh my god. I knew it.
I know.
Titi.
Hello, everyone. I'm TT. I use they, any pronouns. You can find me at TT Brett on virtually everything, or wrapped around my wife like an octopus around a clam. And that's pretty much where I am, like 90.
You calling a clan. Thank you, Titi. You can also find me. I didn't give my social handles because it's been the same for the last 10 fucking years and it will not change, unfortunately. You can find me at Seriously on the internet. You can also find me in this cool ass Crows Before Bros shirt if you also received the same targeted Instagram ads as I did. I see you. I'm not immune to propaganda. Let's move on to our announcements. You can follow us on social media. You can find us most places on the internet at Starlight Tales or at Starlight Tales _ depending on whether we manage to kidnap the person with the aforementioned handle or not. We're working on it. It's fine. We've got the Crowcolts on the job. Follow us for updates.
But
and
also,
announcements.
if they go missing, it wasn't us.
We cannot confirm nor deny
Yes.
our involvement.
Not at all. And you will never be able to prove it. Anyway, Twitter's where it's at for weird memes, puns, updates, and announcements courtesy of Diana Stregonona. You can also follow us on Instagram and TikTok, which is revving up with some clips from previous episodes and campaigns. Look at us making content like the content creators we are. Hey, give us a follow on that. You can also watch previous spots and episodes and all of our other existing campaigns over on YouTube, and also catch up on the rest of this campaign if you like. You can also support us in making the content that we do over on Patreon. We have lots of fun content going on over there. We have loads of different live streams every month, we do writing, we do lore drops, we do early announcements, we do lots of behind the scenes. I'm probably going to be publishing a bunch of my weird GM prep stuff over there, so if you're interested in a peek behind the scenes of what we do here on this channel, have a look. We, well, as of recording this session, we just did an exclusive one-shot about 2 beloved characters from our Reverie campaign, Lark and Alia. So yeah, that's like a 4-hour exclusive one-shot you get just for you guys over on Patreon. So it really is worth going over there and supporting us and what we do, because we put a lot of effort and time into the stuff we make over there.
It was really good.
Thank you. You can also join our fan Discord and our fan community over there to chat about everything that happens over here, to get access to news on announcements and stuff like that over there as well. And finally, if you're in the market for some new dice, you can use code Starlight10 for 10% off your order at Die Hard Dice, who make the best dice. Not that I'm biased, but they do. And they do roll crazy rolls. And I think that's it for our announcements. I will take it over to the intro screen, and then we'll get started. Last time on Crow Lane. In a seance that took a very dark turn for the worst, the Crowcolts finally met the person responsible for much of the trouble they'd endured over the past year. Molly Machiavellian, formerly the first wife of Wayland Crowcolt and now a revenge-driven sea hag, was halted in her attempt to trap the undead soul of Reva's sister, Bernadette. But the victory was short-lived, as Molly quickly summoned another old enemy of the family, the monstrous bird creature Wallow, a construct fashioned from hundreds of souls entrapped by a grisly gilded death in the mines below. Forced into battle, our family found themselves split up into 3 different pairs and separated into different rooms of the Crowcolt estate, each containing their own Wallow. Outmatched and overwhelmed, the fight was brutal and bloody, and in the end claimed the life of one of their own. Ruby, having made the ultimate sacrifice for the brother she fought beside, faced Molly once more in a strange sort of purgatory, the welfare of her own soul suddenly very much on the line. But, in a move perhaps planned for all along, Bernadette reappeared, offering her own soul in exchange for her niece's, a deal that Molly readily accepted. With the dust of battle settling around them, and one family member's life still in the balance, we rejoin the Crowcolts in the aftermath of this fight. Currently, you are all on the lower floor of your home, outside of this still smoking room, the nursery room you found Ruby and Tannen in. The air around you smells not just of smoke and that fresh kind of like fire, but sulfur and that rotten stench of death. And death is something that is hanging very heavy in the air around you currently, as your second child, as Ruby, is laid on the floor between you all. I think as the shock of what has happened settles around you, you don't notice at first, but suddenly there are other presences around you. And however you react, whether it's startled or whether you are just too numb to even register the other people suddenly surrounding you, you are rejoined by other extended members of your family who have been alerted to the danger that you are all in and arrived just moments too late to really stop anything. You are joined by Sloane's partners, by Estrus and Fanula. You are joined by a couple of their children. And you are joined by Sam. Nadette's girlfriend. And slowly, you are picked up. You are healed back from the brink of the veil yourselves, many of you. There are hushed whispers that cross the distance between you all. There are urged kind of instructions and efforts to help you stand. And you hear, from who you don't even know, but you hear voices kind of urging you, come on, we've got to go, we've got to get out of here. Come on, let's go. I think at one point, Reva, you make eye contact with Estrus, with Sloane's partner, kind of levels a very solemn gaze at you and asks you a single question. Do you know where she is?
No.
She disappears from your eye line. Sam is on her hands and knees in front of you, Nadette. Your face held between her palms. You don't know if her face is blurry from her own tears or your own, Nadette, but her thumbs are like swiping like smoke and ash and blood and dirt from your face and your cheeks. And she's just speaking to you in this like choked, broken voice. Are you okay? Hi. What? Are you alright? Can you come with me?
Yeah, no, I'm
Can you stand?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I need to Ruby first. Kinda like using her to help me stand and figure out where Ruby is, just like laser locked on to wherever Ruby is.
I believe Ruby is still in Ridella's arms. Ridella, how are you interacting with this help currently?
I think that Ridella is incredibly calm. I think her hold on Ruby is not trembling at all. She is more still than she's ever been. And her mind is surprisingly clear. And I think this calmness is kind of the deepest level of fight or flight that she's ever experienced, where there is no option to panic right now. There is no room to feel any doubt or any fear. And so I think Ridella, with this deeply rooted sense of calm, just stands very carefully holding Ruby and starts kind of casting out very hushed instructions to the people around her, and just starts gathering everyone together to move. Being very careful with Ruby, who's in this kind of state of repose.
I think as this is going on, I think Tenon is pretty hysterical. I don't think like there is anything really you can do to like calm them. Nothing certainly that like, you know, Estrus, I think, or Fanua, one of them, like, is able to heal them, but they're just a mess. Like, they're not listening to anyone. Rose, what are you doing in this moment?
I think that sort of like an opposite to where Tennant is. I think Rose is so detached from what's happening that like the panic is like almost back of her mind. And I think also Rose is like, when she's helped to her feet, Rose sways. Like I think Rose is so on the brink of just collapsing, even without like it's being kept so close to death, like just collapsing in general. And I think even like staying at Tennant's side and like trying to be there and like not like eyes kind of half glazed, I think without thinking Rose reaches out and like probably a little rougher than she intends, like grabs Sam's arm and like smears blood on her arm and just, where's Naomi?
Olivia's with the kids. It's okay.
All of them? Or
Yes, yeah.
and you're certain it's Olivia, you're certain it's safe and it's not something or someone else. You're sure that it's her.
She's been with us all night.
Okay. And then I think kind of processes for the first time like how blood slicked their hands are and like peels her fingers off and just, I'm sorry.
I don't think like Sam's looking at your face when she speaks to you. She's just staring at like your hand on her arm and like the stain it's leaving there.
Just, I'm sorry.
I think Fanula kind of like presses herself in between the two of you and kind of like focuses her attention on you, Rose, and is like, "It's Olivia. I promise. It's okay.
And you're certain?
We wouldn't leave your kids, Rose. It's okay. We've got it. Okay?
I'm gonna find Sloane. I'm gonna find them.
We're gonna find her. It's okay.
Okay.
It's one thing at a time, okay?
Yeah. Okay. I need secretaries in Tennant's room, and I can go. I need it.
No. You're gonna come with us now, okay?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You all are escorted, held, supported out of the home. It's like a slap in the face, the change in air. This like midnight scented night air outside your home. As if nothing has happened. It's like walking out of a dream. The sky is clear. There's no clouds, a rarity on Dorithium. There is starlight. The trees are still. And in that shaky walk, that funeral march out of the estate, across the road of Crow Lane, the only sound that fills the air is the shifting and the settling of light feathers as, one by one, the crows of your family swoop in and line the trees, and they watch this procession, and they hold vigil. And a couple of them cry out, and none of you understand what they say. That was never your language. The person who would have understood does not hear them. And you cross the cobbled street of Crow Lane. And opposite your house is the house of Sloane and Estrus of Fanula, that ivy-lace house, and that typical plume of purple smoke that typically emerges from the chimney at this time of night is not there, because Sloane is not home. You walk through the doors, and you are taken up the stairs. And you enter that room you resorted to when you came back from the mines. And on that same beautiful table where you dumped out your bag of cursed shit and Sloane stood over it and inspected it with you, that room where, you know, laughter and teasing held only 24 hours ago. Rodelia, you lay Ruby's body out on that table. I think you feel a hand grab your bicep as Estrus kind of like pulls you to her attention and goes, "You got this?" Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Camille, with me. And she disappears from the room, and Camille, her daughter, kind of like casts one shell-shocked look around the rest of you and follows her. A second later, you hear the front door slam as they disappear from the house.
I think Rodella is staring down at Ruby, and I think for a moment she kind of takes it in, and the weight of what's about to happen kind of settles. And Rodella has to shove aside the thought that she doesn't know if this is going to work. Rodella found, after so much searching, the remnants of this spell. Like, she, following Bernadette's death, the fear of something like that ever happening again propelled Rodella into a kind of frenzied search where she spent years trying to find a way to prevent that kind of loss from happening again, propelled into frantic research. And what was terrifying, she knew innately, being a healer, she knew what magic could do to bring people back from that kind of like brink of death. And I think in her mind she's like, there's got to be another step, there's got to be a step beyond this. And so I think she searched for years to try and find something that could work, but really what she's grabbled together is a bunch of legends, a bunch of myths, and documents stolen from wealthy people and hoarded by wealthy people and powerful people into this kind of Frankenstein thing that she now knows or hopes could revive the dead.
Yeah. Your family's come close to it, has brushed it more times than you can remember, and you've always been there to heal, to bring them back from the brink, but you've never done this magic before. You've never had to reach through to the other side and hope that they are there listening.
So yeah, I think she doesn't know if this will work.
You can feel that something has started, right? You cast the very beginnings of that revivify. You can feel it's like being on the phone and knowing that there's someone on the other line, they're just not speaking. You can feel something waiting for you.
Okay.
Waiting for offerings, for balance. Something has to be corrected here. You don't know how far you need to go, though. Riva, what were you going to say?
I was saying, I think I sense this crisis of faith, from Adela. And I reach out and I put my hand on yours, my right hand on your left. And I think not looking up from Ruby's, You know what? I do look up from Ruby's face and I meet both of your eyes. And I think what I want to share through, like, unspoken is the sort of weight of we do what we do, we've done what we've done in order to amass the power to bring the folks that we love back, to make sure we don't lose anyone else like this again. And that's the sort of the weight of the look that I want to give you in this moment.
I think Rodella stares back in this kind of shared heartbreak of two mothers. And yeah, the realization that there is no other option. Like, this is everything that they have worked for. And just kind of lets out a breath between her clenched teeth. Her hand, kind of in your hand, is very still. She has not trembled once. And I think she squeezes in kind of acknowledgement and then turns back to face Ruby.
And after that squeeze, I think I let go of Rodella's hand. I take off my coat, my jacket, the last connection I have to my line, and I put it and like sort of like cover Ruby's body with it. And I think, without looking back up to Rodella, she's going to be cold when she comes back.
Rodella, you feel that magic surge. You feel it connect. It's like a hand reaching out and grabbing and holding on. It's almost as if you can't quite see it, but somewhere that arcane eye that's made of pure magic can see beyond the atoms of what's happening in front of you. You see this old ancient magic that is imbued within this coat, and you see this ancient magic that you have invoked yourself, and you see them start to knit together. And the ritual begins. Ruby.
Yeah.
You are still in this idyllic, eerie sort of purgatory. That kind of like, this forest is around you, but it's ghostly and not quite. You feel like if you reached your hand out to touch a leaf or a branch, it would slip right through. You're sat on that gravestone with this kind of too still pond in front of you, that pond that Molly kind of rose out of, that she's now disappeared back into, out of your sight, and the water is perfectly still. It does not ripple. There is no movement. And then there is movement, and that surface of the water begins to play out a memory for you. As your mother puts this coat over your body, this coat that has been passed down from mother to daughter, and now in this final offering is passed down a final time. What memory of Reva comes to mind in this moment?
While other kids her age were in school learning fairy tales and building paper mache volcanoes and doing regular school things, at this age, Ruby and Tennant were learning about code breaking and encryption Ruby took to it like a duck to water. She loved it. She loved the puzzle of it. And slowly but surely, perhaps a little slower than she should have, started to realize a letter, a very rare letter from Riva when she is away on one of her business trips, comes in the mail. And she's just sitting on the floor in one of their sitting rooms, poring over this thing time and time again, as she does with every one of Riva's letters. And she notices a few things. She notices errors, punctuation marks in the wrong spot, letters that are capitalized that shouldn't be. And she starts to decode and decrypt. And I think that this spells out just the name of one of the rooms in their house, a location. She figures this out. She goes there and she finds like a small piece of candy or a trinket hidden away in one of the drawers. And I think that over the months, every time that Riva is away, every time that she gets a letter back from her, she pores over it once again. The codes get more complicated. They get harder to crack. They require her to do her own research. It's about things that Riva knows that she hasn't quite learned yet, but it's just pushing her a little bit further. The locations get more complicated. They get more hidden. There are small, harmless, but small traps for her to disarm before she can claim her prize. I don't think that she and Riva ever talked about this while she was home. I think it was just understood. And Ruby, who knows so well what it's like to feel like you have to love someone from afar, gets to play a game with her mom. She can be there even when she's not.
Like a encoded letter written across a veil between life and death, you look up from this water and you are wearing your mother's coat and you feel protected. Rodella, even though his coat covers most of Ruby's body, you notice there is a cut on the finger that Ruby uses to pull back on her bow. It is usually a well-worn callus, but the ferocity of this battle has left its mark. And you watch the skin knit itself back together just on that small piece of her hand. What do you do?
I think seeing this, like, physical representation of what they're trying to do right now kind of causes the calm to adjust from this calm into a sense of hope. And so I think Rida stares down and she doesn't quite know what to give in the moment, but I think there's something innate inside of her that just kind of like pulls it forward. And so Rodella's life, I think kind of what comes to mind, Rodella's life has been ruled by fear. She has spent the majority of it living in this state. And I think the only time that that fear didn't grip her was in combat. Not the same way that it grips her everywhere else. Combat was something mechanical. It was something she trained for. It was something that she felt sure of. And there was always this kind of overwhelming sense of just like calm and composure in those moments. And I think whenever something that she seemed to kind of notice was that when she was in combat, when she was near her children, that sense of surety and that sense of calm seemed to extend to them when she was near. I think she remembers, kind of a memory comes forward. She remembers like the first moment that she was able to really calm Ruby's fears. Ruby was very, very small. She was about 7. And Rodella had been spending, she was the new mom. She was the person that had come into their lives and kind of taken that position, and Ruby was not happy. Ruby was not ready for that. She wanted her mom. And unfortunately, with the circumstances the way they were, Rodella was usually the one who had to be around, and Reva could not. And I think for a very long time, Ruby really struggled with that. And she remembers very distinctly a day where Ruby came running into the house, tears just streaming down her face. This, the kid crying that's just hysterical, the snot dripping from the nose, the kind of, And Ruby comes running in with a little raven and just crying and just says, "Mom, can you save him?" It's the first time she ever calls Rodella mom. And it's the first time she ever asks Rodella for help. And the feeling of being able to be that for her, to be able to connect, to be able to calm her fears, and the feeling of being able to fix it is something that's always stuck with Rodella in that kind of precious moment. And the desire to ensure that her children never feel that fear again, and the thought that Ruby was alone in that moment overwhelms her. And so I think that she's trying to give something but she doesn't know what she's giving. It's just, I don't want them to feel fear again.
Rodella, you have what is both mechanically and probably colloquially referred to by your family an aura about you. People can't experience true deep fear in your presence. That has been part of your job as bodyguard, as protector, as head of Crowcolt security, and as mom. This aura of protection, this inability to feel fear in your presence, the magic takes. Ruby on the other side. You start to feel fear. You don't know what's happening. You don't know if Molly's coming back. You don't know where she went. You don't know if your family are okay. But then a strange sort of calm washes over you. What does Rodella smell like to you?
I think just like all of the warm smells of a kitchen. Hot cup of tea when she needs it. Fresh baked bread for her and for her birds. Just all of it.
That scent fills your nose and suddenly you are not afraid anymore. You can't imagine ever being afraid. And the water in front of you ripples again. What do you see on the surface of it?
TT, this one's also for you because we've talked a lot about hair. When Ruby was small, the first time that she let Ridella cut her hair, which I think was in that kitchen, smelling all of those smells. Ridella only knew how to do one haircut at the time, which is the haircut that she gives herself. And Ruby hated it. She thought this is far too short. She raged as she was wont to do in those days. She screamed, she cried, and it took probably 3 years and until her hair was like halfway down her back for her to let Ridella anywhere near her again with a pair of scissors. But she sees that moment, and I think that she sees every time that she has sat in that chair since then, just every time asking her to take another half inch, another quarter inch, watching herself grow and change over the years, watching her hair creep up and up and up. And I think that she has this overwhelming sense to this want to speak to her younger self and just laugh at her and tell her that she should be so lucky to look anything like or to be anything like this woman who raised her. And she feels calm.
There is a deep maroon bloom across one of Ruby's collarbones. A deep purpling bruise. And some of the color lifts out of it. Ruby's skin is still that kind of disturbingly ashen red. There's no life beneath it yet. But just some of that bruise leaches some of its color. The magic is taking, but the scale has not been balanced yet, Ridella.
I think she very, quickly, turns to the rest of the group. And just kind of, looks around to catch people's eyes, and her eyes, kind of go across the faces, and she sees Tennant just a mess in the corner, and she's like, I can't ask him. And then I think her eyes kind of settle on Rose with the same kind of look of calm. And I think she just kind of gestures her over.
I think that Rose, I don't think you make eye contact. I think that Rose, when Ruby was sat in the middle of this room, almost for the first time kind of registered what had happened. She knew what had happened, but it didn't really bleed past the shock until Ruby's body was on the table. And I think since then, Rose's eyes have not left Ruby's face, but I think they feel the weight of your gaze, and I think also feel the stirrings of magic in the air and in Ruby's body, and almost gently pulling to her own magic. I think Rose takes a step towards Ruby, not super consciously, and like crosses the distance to the table and just looks at her for a minute. And in a way that I think I know, and Rose knows, Ruby would never allow if she were not dead. I think Rose, with like one arm kind of tucked like brokenly against her, with her good hand just reaches out and very like featherlight runs her hands and her fingers through Ruby's hair and smooths some of it from her eyes, and like feels Ruby's kind of cold cheek with the back of her finger. And I think Rose begins to think about all of these times growing up. I think first when Rose was really small and her mom would come in when she couldn't sleep and run her fingers through her hair and sing to her. And then it was a nanny. And then, Lark was in the house, and on those late nights when he couldn't sleep in a big new house, he would come scurrying very quietly into her room and she would run her hands through their hair. And then the twins were there, and now she has her kids, and just all of these times in her life when really all it took to help somebody rest well and feel okay and be okay was just some soft song and a gentle touch. And I think Rose begins to just very softly hum the lullaby that's been like carried through her entire life from when she was a kid to her kids, and just so softly that I think most of you can only catch like the fact that they're humming and not the tune. But Rose just like weaves her fingers through Ruby's hair and like smooths away the blood and the ash, as Rose does a song of rest, which typically helps people heal a little bit better in a short rest. But what is death but a sleep? You know what I mean? But I think as Rose is doing this, and I think as the final kind of strains of this music close, Rose thinks about the moment, like 2 weeks ago, I think it's been a lot longer than that in real life, that she reached out to Zirian and tried to speak with the god of the dead. And I think before she can even really like process that that's what they're doing, she just sends a thought in that direction on that same wave of magic that helped her contact them last time, and just very quietly says to herself, I couldn't save them, but you don't get to take her. And if you're really what you say you are and what all those legends say you are, then I need you to prove it, and I need you to send her back. You bastard, because you don't get to keep her. And you owe us, frankly. Give her back. And just with one little last kind of tuft of hair tucked aside, Rose steps.
Ruby, on a breeze that doesn't exist, in a place that shouldn't exist, you hear soft, melodic humming. Part of you knows maybe where it comes from. You don't know whether you hope that it's Rose or you hope that it's not, because you don't know what that means for her. But it is comforting all the same. What do you see in the waters as this humming soothes you?
I think that she is another time that she was comforted by Rose. I think it was a few months after the ant farm. Rose had been living in the house, and Ruby had been a ghost because she was so afraid of what her presence meant, afraid of the change that it signaled. And I think a part of her was afraid that she wasn't going to be able to love Rose because of all of the things that she represented. And Rose had been nothing but kind to her and had been through so much, and what kind of a monster would she be if she couldn't just love this person? And I think one night she and Rose were up so late that you kind of start to lose yourself a little bit, and you get like sleepover giddy. And I think it was the first time that they got into an argument, and it was an argument about something stupid like gardening techniques. For Ruby arguing with her siblings is one of her love languages, but where arguing with Tennant and Nadette is kind of like mud wrestling. Arguing with Rose was it was a dance. Every time she tried to cut through to win with some blunt, quick-witted observation, Rose just waltzed out of the way and ran circles around her. And after a time, they just sort of it felt like falling perfectly in step with a partner that you've never danced with before. And I think that she knew it was going to be okay, because I think that she knew that she had another sister.
Rose, where your fingers kind of brushed Ruby's temple, there is a deep mark left behind from just one of the many blows that fell her. Anyone with their eyes on Ruby's face sees that gash knit together just a little bit more. Rodella, you are fixed on this body. You are waiting for that chest to move with breath, for a finger to twitch, anything. And still the magic waits.
I think Rodella is starting to feel the fear. I think her hand trembles just a little bit. And I think she kind of like desperately casts a look around. And her eyes fall on Nadette. And I think for a moment, she's scared to ask. Not because she doesn't think Nadette is capable, not because she wants to shield Nadette. I think she is terrified that Nadette will give too much. I think she's terrified that Nadette, out of everyone there, has the potential to completely lose herself. And so, but I think she has to set that fear aside and that need that she's always felt to protect Nadette and to shelter Nadette. Because I think what she was trying to shelter her from was herself. And I think she just needs to let that go. And so I think she holds out a hand.
Yeah. Nadette comes up and I think briefly takes your hand and squeezes it and then just kind of lets go and lays down next to Ruby, like alongside Ruby, and is kind of like hugging her, and Nadette starts to give a memory, but in true Nadette fashion, she does overdo it, and soon memories are just pouring out of her. The first we see is a memory of a beautiful sunny day, and Nadette is hiding in a bush watching Ruby practice with her bow and arrow, and Ruby sees her and pulls her over and teaches Nadette how to shoot for the first time. And the next memory is Nadette standing, like, hands on hips in front of an overflowing suitcase of clothes, and Ruby coming in and just, like, rolling her eyes and pulling stuff out and teaching Nadette how to pack light. And memories start coming faster and faster, just, like, flowing out of Nadette. The first time Ruby slipped a poem under Nadette's door after they had an argument. The first time Nadette played the time traveler prank on Ruby, the first time Ruby let Nadette do her makeup. All of these memories are just pouring out, all of these firsts, and even further back to Nadette's first clear memory of Ruby. And it's when Nadette was so young, and it's less of a memory and more just this image of Ruby bending down to pick up Nadette, who is on the ground with just a giant gash on her leg. Blood is pouring out, and Ruby has just bent down to pick her up and plant a little kiss on her forehead and just whisper that it's gonna be okay. And just all of these memories are flowing out of Nadette. All of these memories of firsts moments with Ruby, because at the end of the day, what's the point of holding on to all of these first memories with Ruby if it means that there's not a chance of a next memory to come? And so Nadette just lets all of these firsts out, because what is a first compared to whatever comes next?
That magic takes everything that you give it. Somewhere in this ghostly wood, Ruby, you think you hear a small child calling your name, asking you to come play. What do you think of in this moment?
I think that what I'm thinking of is changing on the fly, so I just need one moment to grab something from my shelf. I think I still have it bookmarked. I do. Ruby thinks back to, and it's so perfect because that child's voice demanding that she come play is how Ruby found herself. Some say cast, some say press ganged into one of Nadette's many plays that she wrote, directed, produced, and starred in over the years. Some where she was playing a fictional character, but others where she was playing a fictional version of herself. And she remembers seeing this version of herself on the page who had exaggerated qualities of hers, some of them bad. Her anger, her aloofness, definitely there and perhaps a bit exaggerated for dramatic effect. But her other qualities are there too. This Ruby was cool, she was confident, she was clever, she was brave. And the greatest gift, I mean, Nadette is a bard, first and foremost. The greatest gift that she knows how to give is to show someone else the way that she sees them. She thinks about what that meant, and she thinks about a poem delivered as a dramatic monologue that she was forced to recite that truly made her, who always tries to hide herself in the shadows, feel seen. This is I Mean the Temporary by H.L. Hicks. This is a great little poetry collection, guys. It's my advertisement for a 65-year-old man who doesn't know what the internet is. Greetings from the bottom of the well. Moments seemed successive until I fell in, but now how many moment modifies the one before, portends nothing of the future, resolves nothing from the past, subjects even the perennial to the sudden, proves these my efforts at increasing vigilance a little late. Given how much happens in the sky, contrails, comets, constellations, condors, cumulus, it's surprising how little happens in the hole directly overhead. Distressing how few passers-by holler down. I didn't build a long succession of past loves to peer in one by one, dropping tears of pity and grief. Should have planned better, worked harder, been less selfish, made smarter decisions. So few loves means I recall each face vividly. I see each haloed looking down at me. I can only hope the modifier has not modified those loves quite so mal as it has mal-modified me. Love let us see through to one another for the world which seems to lie. It seems a lie how smoke from the fire downwind interprets tonight's half moon, how the fire itself resolves beetle kill into what the hell. Seems a lie, but who can tell? Confused alarms and ignorant armies and all that. It doesn't echo when I shout up from the well, the way it would if even one love shouted down, but it does make my voice sound infinitely distant, perennial. I told you I'd get that in there.
Nadette, when you lay beside Ruby and you curl your arms around her, like a much younger version of yourself used to do when you snuck into her room at night, you dislodge some of Ruby's coat. You reveal the wound that killed your sister, that arrow to the chest, that she loosed herself. And you see that puncture smooth over. Rodella, you feel that magic surge and you think, okay, this is it. But it just stops, just short of what is needed.
I think she feels her heart racing. She very carefully cards her fingers through Nadette's hair, just trying to have something to kind of distract her from this deep well of panic and fear. And before she can fall in, she turns to look at Tennant.
And Tennant's shaking hands as the arrow that killed Ruby. And I think it takes a long minute of silence before he can look up at you. And when he does, it's all the panic that you refuse to feel yourself, all that fear that you are fighting to keep back. And he looks at you with an expression of, I don't know what I have left to give. I don't know. What does he find in your face?
I think Rodella's heart is breaking, asking him to give anything else, because she knows, I think innately, what the two of them went through in that room, and knows innately what they have been through their whole lives. And she knows that the role that Tennant has played has always been to give himself up. And the fact that it didn't work this time, and the fact that she has to ask more of him. And I think she just keeps carding her fingers through Nadette's hair. And then her hand stills, just kind of resting on Nadette's cheek. And she holds out a hand for Tennant. And it's not think it's not a hand of like beckoning, it's a hand of support.
Yeah. There's a sick part of you that knows that if it was not Ruby on this table, it would probably be Tennant. And I think Tennant knows it too. He takes your hand. He drops the arrow. He doesn't hear the clatter it makes on the floor. I think he squeezes Nadette's shoulder first. I think, Nadette, you feel it's like a thank you. And he places his palm over that healed puncture on Ruby's chest as if, like, they can wipe the image of it away. And he bends down to speak in Ruby's ear. And I think what he says is not in common, but in infernal. Not to disguise what is being said or prevent it from being heard. I think it's not even a conscious choice, as though this familial tongue can stretch across whatever distance is currently separating you. I know I left you once, but I came back, so if you don't come back, I'm gonna fucking come and get you myself. And in Infernal, this past desperate message makes its way to you, Ruby. You hear the desperation and you hear the anger, the outrage lacing. What do you think of in this moment?
Ruby thinks of a time probably about 2 months before the twins were born, where she and Tennant were laying in the wet grass on the lawn at 3 a.m. on one of Dorithium's rare clear nights, stoned out of their fucking minds. Just laying back and staring up at the stars, not saying anything for probably the better part of an hour. And then out of absolutely nowhere, Tennant broke the silence to reach one hand up and point to one of the stars and just started talking and telling her about the time that he went there and all of the things that he saw, and just covers the sky, going from constellation to constellation, star to sun to system. And I think that it's probably one of the first times that he has talked about anything that happened on that ill-fated journey that wasn't the way that it ended, with blood and pain and death. And then the conversation shifts, and suddenly he is talking about the preparations for the kids, for all the things he has to still get ready in the nursery, how he's excited to be a dad, but terrified to be a dad, but figures that that probably means that he's doing it right. And I think that it's probably one of the first times in Ruby's memory that she hears him talk about his past with anything but pain, and his future with anything but fear. And they've always done everything together. So if they are broken in the same ways as she suspects that they are, if he can do this, if he can have this, then maybe she can too.
Nadette, you feel the air around you get very hot. And you see Tennant's palms start to glow. Rodella, you see the light in Tennant's eyes burn brighter than maybe you've ever seen it. And Ruby, in front of this pond, your chest starts to get very, very hot. That cold place where your hearth should be begins to burn again. And Rodella, in the moment that you see Tennant's eyes go from orange to a muted, hollow sort of grey as his hearth is extinguished, Ruby, your chest rises and your eyes open.
I think that there's like a moment of peace and sort of calm. And then I think that the fear, the adrenaline that is still in her veins, all just chemicals, baby. I think all of that kicks back in after that first, like, deep breath. And I think that, kind of similar to the way that you have all seen her transform back from being a crow and, like, hit the deck mid-flight because she mistimed it and that momentum just carried her onto the ground just a little bit too hard. I think that she, like, some, like, inertia from a movement that none of you saw, like, picks her up into a sitting position, and I think that she is immediately, like, rolled over on her hands and knees on this table, just breathing and coughing and making these sounds like a terrified animal.
I think immediately Riva comes to you and holds you against her chest. And in a moment, in the last, I think in the trailing power of Rodella's magic, I think I flash back almost 35 years now. It's the day Ruby was born. To Riva holding a newborn Ruby and taking a moment fondly to remember how her firstborn came out kicking and screaming and cried himself to sleep after an hour of frantic, burbling and the trauma of coming into a new world, but how Ruby came out, cried for a second, and then took a moment to pause and breathe and see the world. And Riva remembers holding baby Ruby's hand and looking into her eyes. And the quiet of this new life. And the promise that she made that she wouldn't give her all the gold in the world or anything like that, but she would give the most valuable gift that she could possibly imagine. The freedom to choose her own life. And in that sort of like milky, sort of warm glow of that memory, I think I hold you tight.
That coat that you draped over her that's still kind of caught on one shoulder in that violent motion, you will watch it unravel. You will feel the things that you have offered and the things that the magic has taken from you disappear. This coat, a manifestation of it, as it crumples like paper on fire, it curls up into ash and golden spun thread and disintegrates. Ruby, could you make me... Would you roll a d10?
Mm-hmm.
And because of Rose's Song of Rest, you can do this with advantage.
Okay. That's a 9.
You are gifted with something called Life's Favor. Some of that magic, that ancient, powerful magic that Rodella worked so long and hard to find for a moment like this, it lingers in your body. And once per long rest, you can now re-roll a failed saving throw against a magical effect.
Rock on. I think that Ruby, like, with one hand is, like, clinging to Riva for dear life. I think with the other, she reaches out blindly for Tennant because she remembers her last moment. She knows what that must have done. I think that she reaches to take his hand and, like, presses it to her chest over her heart. You can feel her heart beating. It's beating fast. It's beating a lot faster than it should be, but it's beating. She just tries to catch her breath, cough the rest of the smoke and the ash out of her lungs. And I think after a second, she looks up, looks around the room. Her eyes sort of catch on Rodella, then go wide. And then she starts just, like, pawing and clawing madly at her clothes and going for one of the pouches on her belt. And pulls out and is just hunched over that shard of mirror. How did it do in the getting a ceiling dropped on me?
I think it's the one part of you that is not broken.
I think she breathes just this huge sigh of relief and then holds it out with a hand that's still shaking and weak to Rodella.
I think this moment of, like, I think everyone has been in this kind of moment of stasis as Ruby, like, sits up and starts moving, and I feel like it's almost like slow motion, where it's like Rodella can't take in the information fast enough. She's gripping onto Medad. And I'm sure she can feel Nadette kind of like clawing to get free and to go to Ruby. And finally she just kind of like, drops and just throws herself towards her family and wraps her arms around them. Robin. Hysterical.
Pretty overwhelming, Ruby. You are being held together by just about everyone that you love and would die for and did die for. And they are all just in bits as they try and imprint the living, breathing memory of you back onto their skin.
Yeah, I think that after a second starts to register, and there's like I think that everyone, her and currently touching her, feels her like tense up a little bit, and there's a moment where it goes from like allowing this because this is what I need right now to I'm allowing this because I know this is what you all need right now.
I think after a good minute, a few minutes of, hugging and crying, I think Nadette will pull back a little bit and grab Tennant's arm and kind of be like, we should let Rose and Mom work a little bit, get her healed. Come on. Kind of try and like pull Tennant into the hall, if you will allow.
I think there's like instinctual resistance at first, just like I don't think there's ever been a time in Tennant's life where he's gone willingly with anyone. And then I think he realizes it's you. And I think like we'll go with you, but kind of like cast one last look at Ruby, just kind of like imprinting her alive, like burning that memory into his brain. And then I think he'll look at Rose. And I think, Rose, this is the first time you actually catch sight of Tennant's face and the change in it.
I don't know if Rose does catch it, because I think in the moment where everyone like let the sigh loose and went to Ruby, I think Rose said, I can't let myself do this yet, and I think has begun sort of like, with the little bit of strength left to them, has begun like pawing through this room looking for something she can use to scry on Sloane. And is just like half staggering around looking for like a crystal. Sloane seems like she's a crystal ball somewhere. Looking for like a crystal ball or like, a set of tarot cards or tea leaves or just anything they can use. Still like cradling this arm to one side, looking like a cough away from death. And I think that like Tennant can tell from Rose's body language that like she's very aware of like where he is in the room, but it's just like has to put her consciousness towards what they're doing or else it's over.
Yeah, I think he looks at you expecting to find your eyes and then doesn't.
Yeah.
And is pulled away.
Not to make it sad, but I think the minute he turns is when she looks.
Did make it sad, thanks a lot.
I'm sorry. I know we're having a real happy, upbeat time here, so sorry to be the downer.
Nadette, I think Sam, who is also in this room, kind of like absolutely like fucking floods. Like probably hiccuping like silently in a corner. And I think like in a way that makes your heart a little bit soft is like clutching which one is it? There's so many kids. Clutching like Fiona, your cousin's hand, like the two of them have kind of been like leaning onto each other, observing this like family in sheer horror and distraught, and they're kind of like holding on to each other. And I think like Sam looks after you and kind of like, it's I'll go to you if you need me.
I think Nadette gives a little wink over there, like, give me a minute and then my hand is yours to hold. pull Tennant out of the room. Close the door. And I think in a tonal shift I don't think Tennant was expecting is gonna kind of whirl on him and get, like, in his face a little bit. And is gonna be like, listen to me very closely and carefully, okay? I know you don't like eye contact, so I'm not gonna make you make eye contact with me, but you need to pretend, okay? You need to fucking pretend, because I need to know you are hearing me.
It's like singing.
If what happened in your room was anything like what happened in mine, there was nothing you could have done. And I swear to all of the gods, if you blame yourself or you apologize to Ruby, I'm smothering you in your sleep. I can't do this. Like, you need to not... You have tonight to feel sorry for yourself. Tomorrow, we're back at it. Okay? It was not your fault. Are we clear? If you blame yourself, I swear...
I think he, like... Oh, God. Where there should be fire in his eyes, because it's like, don't fucking tell me what to do. There's just nothing.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a bit of color in his face. It's all gone. I don't think you realized how much color was in him from like the hearth alone, and it's all just, he's a grayscale man.
I think kind of grabs his face and is like, none of us can know what Ruby went through, okay? It's a disservice to her to make it about you and feeling bad. Are we clear?
I think he just like buckles on you, and I think his back probably like hits the wall, and he just kind of like slides down the wall and is just like sobbing.
Catch him kind of fall down with him under the weight and just kind of sit next to him and just kind of hold his hand, and sits in silence for a while. And I think once this, sobs have kind of calmed, however long it takes, it's just gonna be like, all right, we're gonna go in there when we're ready, and we're gonna be whatever she needs. We get to feel bad tonight, and tomorrow we fucking plan, because they may have won this battle, but God damn, we are not going to let them win the war.
I think his like head's between his knees as he just cries, but you hear him kind of like acknowledge your words with like a firm squeeze to your hand.
Give him just a little kiss on the forehead, and then he's like, ugh. Like says this very like choked up, so, and like it's like holding back tears and is like trying to make a joke, and also realize like this is probably not the time for a joke, but is like, and it's fine anyway, she's back. She's gone for like 5 minutes. It's not all that dramatic.
A broken sob as they like half scoff, half like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Alright. I'm going back in there unless you need me to sit with you for a little bit. But I need you to know this is not your fault. None of it was. None of it could be, in any way, shape, or...
Your hand. Just go.
I love you.
Yeah, love you.
Another kiss on the forehead. Gonna stand up. Like, I think waves her hand, and for a minute, like, the dripping mascara stains on her face like vanish, like she's covered it up with some illusion, and then like thinks better of it and wipes it away so that the impact of what happened is still on her face. And we've tended to go back into the room.
I think back in that room, that old space, I would love to have clocked Rose's sort of frantic. What's the proper description of this? It's the sort of like frantic focus on a task in order to not feel emotional
Yeah.
disturbances or things like that. And I want to say right now, I think that is something that Riva is extremely familiar with in this moment. And I think, I mean, professionally and just over the course of my entire life, that's kind of Riva's modus operandi. So I think she clocks this, takes a moment, gives Rodella a kiss, and just knowing that Rodella is going to take the moment to like make sure Ruby is fine. I look over to Rose, and I want to figure out if it's like, do I need to like touch her shoulder to get her attention to like focus on me or not, or if this is something where I'm trying to figure out what is it that I need to break her out of this sort of like looking for a crystal ball moment.
Yeah, I think you can tell that like Rose is very aware of the things that are happening in the room, and so like if you walk up to them, she will know that you're there, but is kind of leaning towards like pretending like they don't to continue doing what she needs to do, or what she feels that she needs to do. So like they're very aware that you're there. You'll just probably have to like, you might have to physically stop them, to be honest, to get them to like look at you.
I think I go, Rose, and then I reach out and touch you sort of on sort of the back of your hand, or sort of like the back of your wrist.
I think that Rose is like stretched up to grab something off a shelf, and like you can see they've got like something else already in her hand, and I think without turning to look at you, just like whatever she's found, whatever material component she needs, just like blindly kind of shoves it into your chest and says, hold this a minute, and starts reaching for whatever it is that she's trying to grab from the top shelf. And I think you notice as well in this moment that like one of her arms is unusable, and she's trying to like balance holding these material components and like ignore the injury that she has.
Give that to me. You're not going to find what you need up here. Come.
I think at this point we'll turn and look at you, and I think you see like, I think being as like analytical with people and situations tactically as you are, I think when they make eye contact with you, you see why she's not looking at anyone, and it's because there is, I think, the rawest fear you have ever seen in your experience knowing her, just barely under the surface.
What I'd like to do is, with one arm cradling all of the things,
Yeah.
I'm going to go out and touch your good arm with my hand. Look at me.
It's like eyes wide, like pupils blown wide, just fixed on your face.
Come with me. I know what we need. We'll find it in the kitchen.
Okay. Yeah, lead the way. I'm behind you.
Okay. And then I walk off and I shoot one last look at Ruby and Rodella. Let's go down. And I'm going to head down, and I would like to commandeer Sloane's kitchen.
Yeah. What are you looking for? Components specifically, or something else?
Right word, I think, is order. I look over to Rose, and I order. I say, sit down.
Very quickly before I reach the kitchen, is Tennant still in the hallway? When do we pass? I think that Rose like hesitates on the path and very clearly like does not look at him because she can't let him see what she's just let slip to Riva. And just, I think, we'll be in the kitchen if you need anything.
I think he just like, his head is still like bowed, and he kind of like reaches up and like takes your hand and like squeezes it.
Yeah.
And it's that like lingering like as you kind of walk off again.
Is his palm warm?
Nope.
I think Rose will prestidigitation a little bit of warmth in her palm in the hopes of, like, leaving it behind with him as she, like, lets go and leaves. And then will sit as ordered.
I very deliberately set everything down on the kitchen table, and then I go out, rummage through the cupboards, and I find a tea kettle.
Mhm.
And I rummage through the fruit basket, and I find some tea leaves, and I start the kettle. And very I peel an orange. I come over to Rose, and I very carefully crack open a segment,
Mhm.
and I put it in your good hand.
I think that Rose, like, takes it and looks at it, and I think you watch as, like, a crack goes through the dam that she's put her emotions behind, and I think that Rose, like, scrambles out of the seat and throws up in the sink. And just, like, braces her good hand on the metal and just, like, gasps for air.
I think I immediately rush up behind you, I hold back your hair,
Yeah.
and I sort of support you as you retch.
Yeah. I think instantly, like, she flinches from, like, your touch, not because, like, it hurts or makes her uncomfortable, but there's something, like, still almost like a wild animal or, like, a stray cat has that instinct of, like, please don't touch me, because what if you hurt me this time? Just a little bit. And flinches and just, I'm fine. I'm sorry, I'm fine. You should be with, also, you shouldn't be here with me. I'm fine.
No.
I can do this.
I think I sort of let that statement marinate for a moment.
Yeah.
And I go, no, let's get you patched up. Let me see your arm.
I think that you feel Rose, like, tense under your hand a little bit, and there's, like, the beginnings of, like, a resistance of a very childlike, like, no, kind of, and then just instantly, like, Rose seems to understand that she barely has the energy to be standing right now. She does not have the energy to fight with Reva fucking Crowcolt. And I think just, like, a little bit of that, like, resistance kind of comes out of their shoulder, and she turns and leans against the sink and just looks at you with just such raw exhaustion. And I think you see, like, her elbow is sort of bent at a slightly odd angle, and you see two, like, talon marks have clawed through. And I think the wound, because of the healing that we got, is no longer bleeding, but it's deep, and it's bad.
I think at this moment, the kettle goes off.
Yeah.
I'm like, go sit down. Let me get that, and I'll grab the first aid kit too.
Thank you. She'll go sit.
And I think I would like to make Rose a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And I would like to find the first aid kit and start, like, the first process of sort of, like, disinfecting wounds and tell you this is gonna sting.
I think that Rose, like, almost laughs a little bit, like, not unkindly, but just in a very, like, yeah, I'm aware. Thank you. Not my first rodeo.
No. Thank you. And I think in that you hear the thank you is thank you, I don't think could ever mean or ever contain the gratitude and love that Reva has for you in this moment.
Oh. I think that the thank you almost seems to sour just slightly on Rose's face for half a second. Like, you see a flash of something, and she, like, instantly kind of drops your eye contact and just... I mean, I didn't really do anything, but you're welcome. Are you hurt? Do you need anything? I don't have a lot left, but I have a little.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Good.
Sit tight. Don't move.
Yes, Captain.
And I think to that, I smile, and then I walk away. And then I think you would hear this as soon as I'm out of, like, eye line.
Mhm.
You hear sort of, like, Riva also dry heave, and you hear sort of, like, a wet splatter hit the ground, and then hear her, like, boots as she goes back to the main room.
Yeah. Rose does as she's told. She stays sitting.
Enjoy your cup of tea.
Thank
You've been
you.
ordered. You deserve a break. Stop working.
Fine, but then I'm gonna read the tea leaves to try to find your sister, and there's nothing you
That's
can do
totally
about it.
okay. Enjoy the tea leaves and the orange first. Have a snack. Hydrate. Then do
Oh my god,
work.
Sloan would get such a kick out of you reading tea leaves. Up in the highest room of the house, in the attic, Ruby and Rodella. I think the other bystanders who were in the room have also kind of like hurried away, probably also making their own preparations to find the one missing. And you two are left alone for just a moment as in the kind of like crossing of people leaving and coming, you have this like brief moment where it's just the two of you.
I think you get maybe 30 seconds of Ruby sitting still before she swings her legs over the side of the table and tries to stand on her own 2 feet.
I think Rodella just kind of like, in a moment just of pure, like, relief and exasperation, just, would you sit still? And just wraps her arms around you and just buries her face in your neck and lays on hands every ounce that she has left, 80 points. And just holds you, knowing, not caring that you might want to wriggle free, but she cannot let go in this moment. And I think she just like, she holds you, and you just hear this kind of broken, like, I'm so sorry, baby.
That Ruby kind of pulls back, and this whole time, the last however long it's been since she got up, she hasn't spoken at all. It's kind of as a moment where she feels like she's like lost her voice again, the way that she did when she was a kid. And it comes out kind of like raspy, and she kind of coughs one more time. There's still a little bit of like dust in her lungs. Sorry for what?
Rodella doesn't expand on that. She kind of leaves it in the air and just, I think you can feel the weight of, like, I think Rodella knows. My don't even know how to describe this. Like, it's something so guttural. It's something so, like, carried over from just years. Years and years and years. And in this moment, it just kind of just blurts it out. And yeah, she doesn't expound. She just stares at you, takes in your face, takes in the color that's come back, takes in your eyes. And then I think probably, unless Ruby says anything else,
I think that she is just really utterly perplexed by whatever Rodella feels that they need to apologize for. And says, well, in her brain you see the, like, okay, well, let's move on. Is everyone else alright?
At this moment, Nadette, do you come back in?
Yeah.
You do. Do you, Sam's left the room. Do you meet up with her, or?
I think first see Ruby.
Yeah.
I think Sam will check
Yeah.
in with Ruby. And then, but yeah, first.
No. Nadette enters the room, and the three of you.
I think we should take maybe not the whole day off tomorrow, but for sure the morning. Brunch. We're not letting Mother order, though. She'll get more mayo sandwiches. Gotta get mimosa. Just champagne. Doesn't even need to be orange juice, just champagne. As she's talking, just comes and sits next to Ruby, who, if Ruby is still standing, is just kind of like lowers down back like to the bed and just sits next.
She is, I think, fighting with every like muscle in her body, but I think she is too physically weak.
All of which with her barely
against
hanging
my
on.
barbarian sister.
Yeah.
Everyone else is, I don't know where Sloane went.
Shush.
Is
We're all standing for the most part. Look for Sloane. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
It's not just us who knows. The whole family knows.
Oh God, they all know.
They all know. They were all in this room while you were.
That's so embarrassing.
And they watched us all bring you back.
Rodella's brought to reality, like, brought back down to reality so hard in this conversation, and just, like, cannot fathom the amount of grief she was feeling 5 seconds ago compared to the amount of just, like, joy and relief she's feeling right now. She is so overwhelmed.
Looks over at Nadette. Like, she has so much concern in her face. Yes, about everything that their family is going through and has still gone through. And God, where's Sloane? And we don't know. But also, like, there is very real, like, concern as she says, I didn't drool in my sleep, did I?
No, but you did piss yourself.
Fuck.
That's a joke. That's a joke. I'm joking.
You're terrible. You're terrible.
I think Rodella grabs Nadette and, like, pulls her in, and then kind of, like, puts a hand over her mouth. And then looks at Ruby, and I think the tone shifts pretty dramatically as she, like, some of the kind of reality settles back in, and she looks at Ruby and she goes, What happened? What did you see? What was happening to you?
I was with Rodney, and but then Molly was there, It was a pond. She came out of the water. She, Oh god, she should have just left me. None of this was... It wasn't about us. She doesn't care about us. I don't know that she particularly cares if we live or die. She wanted Bernadette. She got her. I told her not to. I told her it wasn't worth it, but she took her.
Rodella grips, like puts a hand on the side of your face to help you, like, focus, and her eyes, like, very steadily gaze at you. We'll talk about this in more detail. We'll figure out what that means. And I think Rodella's mind's just racing, and she glances over at Nadad, trying to take this information in. And she wants to ask so many questions right now. She wants to grill Ruby and find out, like, all the details, but she's like, I physically cannot do that right now. And so instead, she just kind of holds her two daughters. And then I think after a moment, she turns to Nadette and she goes, kind of looking around the rest of the room, seeing just there's no one there anymore. Looks to Nadette and just says, "Where's Ted? Where's your mother? Where's Rose?"
The door opens.
Right there.
The fun has arrived!
I think that Ruby takes advantage of this moment where the two of them are talking to and looking at each other, and like a greased pig slips out from very totally appropriate metaphor. Like as soon as she hears the door open and she recognizes those footsteps, I think that she uses every last ounce of her agility to slide off the table and dart out from their grasp, and I think she just throws herself at Tennant.
He like half catches you as you like you make it about 3 steps and go, "Oh, legs working!"
Yep.
And I think he just kind of like catches you.
Yeah,
like he did about an hour ago. He's shaking so violently. It like makes your teeth rattle in your skull.
Yeah. I think that she just is holding on to him for a minute, and I think that this is when the tears come. And she just has her face like buried in his chest. And after a second, she stops very abruptly, kind of puts both of her hands on his shoulders and looks up, and then puts a hand on the side of his face.
It's cold.
Yeah. Why are you cold?
I'm fucking freezing here.
You're an asshole, you know that?
No, fuck you. You're broken.
And yeah.
Standing back by Nadal, kind of watches the two of them, and I think she kind of glances over, and I think for a moment she's holding Nadette. She kind of squeezes her shoulder, and there's this like acknowledgement of the fact that what you gave up can't be seen.
Mm.
But Rodella was standing there. She was listening. She could hear all the words that were pouring out of your mouth. And she knows you gave up too much. And I think her heart's breaking a little bit with the way you're playing it off.
Nadette looks up and kind of makes eye contact and does a very over-the-top and forced eye roll about it. Like, come on, it's fine. But, like, there is that, like... It very much like a... Yeah, woof, it's okay. Though, if you say anything, I'm gonna freak out.
I think you hear Riva come up the steps. And I think I take this all in for a moment. And I guess I want to give Ruby a little bit of a quiet, just give the kids a moment to be vulnerable with each other and give them the distance that I think is needed. And I'd like to slip through and catch Rodella. And I just like quietly poke my head through. Love, can I get you for a moment?
I think Rodella is almost like startled out of this moment. She's been like so entirely consumed by the children for the last, while. And I think her eyes connect with you, and suddenly her face, like, the two of you have been standing in this position of, like, focusing on the children, and I think for a second she looks at you and it's like, oh my god, are you okay? And I think she kind of slips away, and she, like, moves straight to you and kind of gently, like, guides you through the door so that you can speak.
Not me, I'm fine. Rose is hurt. Her arm is real bad. I need help setting it.
She glances back at the room with the kids. She looks at
I rolled a 1 to hear that. What the fuck, dude?
That's my husband!
I think she looks back in the room. She looks at Tennant, and her brow kind of like furrows a little bit at the fact that, like, I think for a second she's like, why aren't they together? And I think she kind of like takes your hand and follows you.
I think I want to lead Rodella down to the kitchen and check up on Rose.
I do think you find Rose several minutes into a scrying spell.
Do I clock that this means that you finished your tea and finished your orange?
The orange has like 2 wedges missing. I think the tea, because like scrying takes, I think what, like 10 minutes? It takes like 10 minutes. But I think Rose is like still like finishing the tea. But I do think you get the sense that the finishing the tea at the rate that she's drinking it is a lot more motivated by getting to the tea leaves to scrying, and a lot less motivated by like taking a moment to have a cup of tea. But I think you do get the sense that she did this almost the minute you left the room.
Okay. Could I sneakily pull the kettle still warm and try to refill the cup while you're trying to scry?
That's really funny.
I want to interrupt your scrying spell by refilling your cup.
I think Rose's eyes are closed and she hears like the sound of liquid pouring, and you watch as her like brow scrunches and she just opens her eyes and goes, Riva, I need the leaves.
After. And I think there's a wry little like devilish little grin on one side of her cheek. And show Rodella your arm.
I think you see like a little bit of like fire spark, which I feel like almost is a little bit relieving because Rose has been in winter for so long that like this doesn't happen. Like you see just a flash of summer, and I think a little bit of like part like just under her ear begins to go gold a little, and she just, it's Sloane. Riva, how long should we wait to go get them? She wouldn't wait for us.
No, but she wouldn't rush. Come
Well,
on,
I'm not
show us your
Sloane.
arm.
I think that Rose like reaches over to like the part of the sink where clean dishes are, and just like very angrily and like probably very noisily like snatches probably like check, is there a fucking cup in here? No. Okay, grabs like a bowl, I think, and just like puts it on the counter and like pours like 90% of the tea out and just starts like drinking from the bowl, not thinking that it probably would have worked better if she'd done it the other way. As she continues trying to cast scrying and sate Riva's stubbornness.
Wouldn't it be easier if you had use of both of your arms? Come on.
Nothing's ever that easy, Riva.
No, but it's much easier with two. Believe me, I know.
Rose gives you a look, Rodella, that just like so clearly, and like not in an angry, but so clearly gives you a look that says like, why did you marry her? What's wrong with you? Just the most like exasperated, exhausted.
I think Rodella has kind of an odd look on her face right now.
Sure.
And I think from the moment she entered the room, she's been kind of staring at you.
Yeah.
And I think she kind of glances over at Reba and she's like, I can take it.
Good, because the sooner we get everyone patched up, the sooner you finish your tea, the sooner you finish your orange, we can go back to settling this decades-long minor war of vengeance. And rescuing Sloane.
I think Rodella kind of like casts you a little bit of a like, wet, tear-stained smile, and just kind of gestures up to where the kids are. And then I think she's gonna go sit down by Rose.
Yeah.
And take her arm and start kind of like looking at it. And I think she can feel. Yeah. Before I continue, what does Reva do?
You told me that you've got it and I should leave. Is that correct, DT?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I listen to my lovely wife and I check in on the two of them. I think I pour myself a little cup of tea and then I think I leave the little cottage and go outside.
And as you all prepare to patch up yourselves and find those that are lost to you and recover from regaining those that were previously lost, I'm going to take a little break right there and rejoin us in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna rejoin our family with the siblings, Pennant and Ruby and Nadette. You are upstairs, left to your own devices. What's the vibe?
I mean, foul.
Not great.
Mhm.
I feel like Nadette is the most, will say what she means out of all of them, and is, so I think Nadette is, like, kind of just talking. Like, not necessarily doing a play-by-play of, like, what happened, but is like, and then I punched the bird in the face. So I can do that now. And then I hit it with Mom's chair. And is like, yeah, just kind of like talking about the like good moments a little bit as like yeah, that sucks so bad, but also Mom like got on all fours and I pushed the bird over. Can you even imagine how sick that was? Kind of moment. I think if Ruby is allowing it, is like sitting behind Ruby, like kind of combing through her hair and like doing tiny pigtail braids to match Nadette's in Ruby's super short hair. Yeah.
I think that, like, Ruby subconsciously is, like, kind of, like, leading back into Nadette, into that touch a little bit. And then kind of after a second, her eyes finally, like, leave her siblings and look a little bit past the both of them to one of the windows in this room and out beyond.
Bro. I was gonna say that Tennant was standing by the window looking out of it.
I know what I'm about, Jess.
And they say I'm the dramatic sibling.
Literally!
We have
Oh,
one brain cell in this call. But I think, like,
as you are.
but is not even like looking at Tennant, is looking past him and out the window. It's dark, it's night, right? It's fully like the middle of the fucking night. And I think at some point kind of turns to Nadette and sort of holds out her arm and is like, can you help me over there?
Yeah. Kind of sits still for a second and like takes a ponytail and holder and ties off. So you have like one like perfect tiny French braid pigtail, and the other half of your head is a mess. So I haven't gotten there yet. And will kind of help you up. And then is like, but really, I mean, you should be the one helping me because I'm much, really, the grand scheme of kind of.
I think kind of like leaning in and in a knows that Tennant is heavily dissociating right now and is probably not gonna hear any of this anyway, but still kind of like low enough so it's just between the two of them. I'm not gonna laugh at that because I know that you're not joking. I felt it. All of it.
Gives you a look, kind of helping you over, and just gives you a big ol' kiss on the cheek. And I don't think says anything.
Ruby will kind of let it lie there, head over to the window, and I think, with the little strength that she has, sort of pushes it up so that she can, like, stick her head out And I think that, like...
Tennant's hand is in the back of your shirt immediately.
I'm not crazy. But I think that getting, like, the first kind of hit of that, like, cool night air now is when she starts breathing like a person again. I'm looking for my birds.
You see tiny little shapes in the trees in the distance.
I think just, like, takes a second to like, breathe and to feel and to ground herself again. And, like, looks down at the ground beneath them. And I think she gets, like, a feeling of vertigo, which is weird and bad for her. And I think, like, her breath catches for a second and she, like, pulls back very suddenly. Slams the window shut again. We should start, getting our shit together, because, we still need to find Sloane, and...
No.
What?
Puts a finger to your lips.
I will bite that.
I'd like to see you try to. We get to take a little before we get up. Just a little.
I feel very well rested personally. I could run a marathon right now. None of you'd catch me.
Now we all know, Ruby, you're the best of us. Blah 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 blah.
Right, thank you.
We get to take a little bit of time for us before we figure out what comes next. Just a bit. Don't want to get selfish.
Fine.
Plus, I can almost guarantee you the exact same conversation is happening downstairs. Like. So, plus the whole family is on it. I think we have to remember we are a family who's got big extended family who's also on top of their shit and can do magic and crime. We aren't the only ones who can do magic and crime. Sometimes we have to trust others to do magic and crime. Get there when we get there.
Did I hit my head when I fell? Because you're making a lot of sense, and that's...
I have always made sense. Since the beginning of time, I have made sense. It's exhausting taking care of you lot. God.
Tennant is still actively kind of like, hasn't spoken, is just kind of like letting your bickering kind of settle over them. Is still staring out the window, not, dramatically. They're actually, they're keeping an eye on, you realize, figures kind of like crossing the road and crossing the grounds of the estate, and, the other people who do magic and crime are actively out searching, and Tennant is watching them like a hawk, waiting. But every now and again, their gaze does flicker from these figures to the still kind of smoking left-hand side of your home.
I'm gonna have to go get my shit. Because I'm not sleeping there tonight.
No, you're sleeping in my house, and I already have stolen 3 pairs of your pajamas that I just keep at my house because they're comfy. So you can have them back, I guess.
Very generous of you. Thanks. Tell you you're going to hell for that, but I don't think I believe in that anymore.
I think Tennant shoots you a glare of like, that's not fucking funny.
I think that she has the decency to look guilty.
Yeah. Too fucking soon. You crazy bitch. We should, go downstairs.
Okay.
Do you need me to carry you, Ruby? I could give you a piggy.
God, I really wish I could tell you no, but I don't.
You need it.
Then
It's a piggyback ride, or I could carry you like a little baby. Do you prefer?
Is there a third option?
No, those are the only two ways to carry a person.
Right,
little
then I
baby.
will probably
Or
just
piggyback
stay
ride.
here actually and make everyone hike up the stairs to come to me. No.
It's good for you to move. Get your blood pumping.
Right. Okay. You're not gonna carry me though. I think tries for a second to shove Nadette's hand off and tries to stand on her 2 feet for a second. Oh god. Flying would be so much easier. We got this. Yeah. Cool. Right. You're all looking at me quite a bit. And the attention is getting...
I'm only looking at you because you look like an absolute disaster, and I'm trying
Your
to
hair
figure
looks
out
really fucking weird. What did you
how
do
to-
to Ruby's hair?
You couldn't... Can you finish it before we go? I already
Yes,
look
I can.
ridiculous enough.
Of course, I will finish it before we go. I wouldn't let anyone see you like this. You know, navigate you over to a couch, and we'll finish the other side before we head.
Yeah.
I think when you get to the top of the stairs to make your descent, I think automatically Tennant just grabs your arm, puts it over their shoulder, and if you make any
Yeah.
sort of complaint, he's like, "You're being really fucking annoying right now."
There was a little resistance, but I think that she, looking at those stairs and again getting that feeling of vertigo, I think that she
There's 3
Shuts
floors to this house.
yeah.
Probably you need Tennant's help to get down, and Tennant needs Nadette's help to get down. You're all fucking in pieces, staggering down these crazy stairs.
Nadette is down over 100 hit points still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you all realize it's kind of sad. You realize on this descent down these floors that actually you're all you all need each other. There's not one among you that is strong in this moment, and the only way you're getting down is through the combined efforts of the 3 of you. And isn't that really how it's always been? Back down in the kitchen. Back down in the kitchen, we have Rose, we have Rodella. Do we still have Reva? Oh, you went outside, Reva. I'll catch up with you in a minute. Rose and Rodella, how are you faring?
I'm great. What do you ask?
No reason.
I think that as Rodella is inspecting Rose's arm, she's very much not making eye contact with you, and I think after a second we'll just can you wait to set it? Because I think if you do, I'm gonna stop focusing on what I'm doing, and I can start over, but I think if I do, I'll just would you mind waiting until after?
I think Rodella stills, and her hand is kind of, one hand on your arm, one hand just kind of cupping your hand, palm up. And I think she just kind of very, very lightly, so as not to apply any pressure, rubs a little bit of a soothing circle into your arm.
Yeah.
And without looking up at you, she kind of just says, Tennant has always put everyone else first. I'm ashamed to say that I grew so accustomed to relying on him, even when he had nothing left to give. And I think for a second she's kind of brought back to a moment about, God, how long has it been now? A little while ago, where, it feels like eons ago, but where she was standing next to Tennant, and in this moment where he just had nothing left to give, started talking about her own concerns about other people. And just the memory of realizing what she was doing in that moment. And I think she just kind of looks up from what she's doing and looks at Rose. And there is this almost like desperation on her face as she looks at you, like this imploring look, as she just kind of takes in your face. And there's such, Rodella can see such similarities, and always has been able to see so many similarities between herself and Rose. And she can twig in this moment that everything Rose is doing is based in this carnal, deep-rooted fear and a desire to fix it. And I think, with this just imploring look, she just says, fear has been the one thing that has kept me from pausing during the fight to see the impact. And I need to ask you not to let the fear keep you from him. And I think for a second, she just kind of remembers every moment over the course of her life where the fear has outweighed her concern and the ability to check in on her children. It's like this driving force to just keep going, and not stopping to see the residual damage. And I think she just, her grip just involuntarily like tightens just a little bit. Yeah. And she just says, Tennant needs comfort from you. You need comfort from him. He needs you, Rose. I think we have in this family a tendency far too often to ignore those moments where we need each other and to just try and keep it together before we reconnect. And she glances out the door towards where she knows Reva's doing that exact thing right now, trying to collect herself. And she just kind of looks at you and just, he needs you.
I think that Rose, meets your eye and sits and listens to all of this very, steadily. And I think you see something, in her face that is a mixture of, genuine confusion and just a very small hint of, irritation at you. But, with the very, steady voice of, I think, a mother that you recognize. I think she just looks at you and says, Rodella, the impact is all I see. My marriage is built on the impact to him of the things that he does for this family. I know he needs me, and I know I need him, but if he looks at me right now, he's gonna see how close I just came to dying. And he's going to have to grapple with feeling relieved that it was his sister instead of me, and that's what he doesn't need right now. So as soon as I can stop with every single beat and breath of my heart, thinking it was almost me, that's when I'll deal with the impact. I'm not avoiding it. I'm managing it. The only way that I can. Which right now is doing this and trying to hide it from him that he nearly lost his wife instead of his sister. And, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell him either. I don't know how long it'll stay a secret, because I've never been very good at hiding things from them, but I don't. He doesn't need any more guilt than he has any more misplaced guilt than he has right now. And that's the only impact that I can manage. So. And I think just, like, probably with her hand that's not attached to a broken arm, we'll just reach out and, like, take your hand and squeeze it very gently in, like, a reassuring, like, I'm not angry kind of motion, but looks at you with an intensity of, like, I need you to hear this. That, like, I've spent 11 years of my life managing the impact.
Think.
Yeah.
I think Rodella almost looks blank. And I think she resets your arm.
God. Yeah, I think yelps pretty loud, probably, because somehow in the 11 years that she's been here, she has not gotten used to the Rodella distractant set tactic. And I think, like, honestly, probably, like, sloshes half of the tea onto herself at the same time and just grits her teeth and... Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Okay. Yeah. Glad it's over with. And I think, like, turns back to you with, like, the pain having brought a little bit more of the, like, something raw to the surface, and just almost like before she can stop herself, blurts out, "Did you see her too? Like that?" My pauses. Father, I just wasn't certain if it was like a dying thing or if it was a Molly thing.
I think Rodella just nods.
Okay. I don't know why I asked, because I don't think either answer was going to make me feel better about it. But... Thank you.
We need to get to scrying.
Yeah. And then I think it gives you kind of a, like, soft, knowing look and just, like, motions her head towards the door that Reva went through.
I think she kind of glances and stands up and walks out the door.
I think Rose, like, sighs a very heavy sigh and mutters under her breath and begins recasting spine.
Reva, what are you up to outside? What are you thinking about?
I'm just trying to think this through. Sloane feels like she would have a porch, like a front porch situation. That seems very much their vibe. So I think when I leave Rose and Rodella behind, I walk out through the front door. And I think I breathe in for a moment. I think I shiver and sort of, like, absent-mindedly, like, wrap my arms around myself. And I think my nose starts bleeding. And I lean forward. And there's a moment where I just think to myself, like, fuck, like, my handkerchief was, like, in my coat pocket. and just like Riva holds her nose as like sort of blood like splatters down. And as the blood hits the deck, I think I crouch down and start sort of like taking notes. And I think just what Riva does is she starts sort of like taking notes as if she was doing a briefing. Like she just writes down like what does she remember, like how are we split, what rooms happened, like little neat detailed notes like in her blood just about like, all right, so Molly C. Hag.
What?
I mean,
I was going to ask. I was like, is she doing this with her blood?
blood smears on the porch.
Right.
And just sort of like basically like sort of like squatting as her nose is dripping, just sort of like using it like ink.
Rodella walks out to this fucking sight.
Rodella, you also notice on your way out of the kitchen that splatter that Riva kind of held up earlier is bright red.
Okay. Yeah, I think she sees that, like takes kind of like a deep shuddering breath and then walks out, sees Riva crouched over, scribbling in her own blood on the porch, and just kind of like for a second stands there and is like, I've been married to this person for what, 40 plus years? That's it. And nothing, like, I never cease to be surprised or alarmed by the shit that you do. And yeah, I think just in this moment, just like, for God's, like, God fucking sake, she kind of like leans over you and kind of like almost like flops over like your crouched form with her arms kind of like dangling over your like shoulders, and like rests her head against your neck and just kind of like lays there and is like, what are you doing?
I didn't have a tissue. And look,
I'm looking.
I had to make sure I didn't forget.
Sloane will be thrilled with the redecorating.
We can wash it off afterwards. It'll be fine.
No, I meant that. I think she kind of like her like stomach like twists a little bit at the mention of Sloane, but she's just trying like, okay, stop for a moment, pause for a moment, check on the impact. And so I think she just kind of like slides off of you and sits down next to you, just kind of crisscross applesauce, and pulls you into her lap.
I think I'm annoyed, and I'm assuming you're pulling me backwards, so I fall like butt first into your lap.
Yeah.
And there's a moment where I hit you, and I just go, and then I think I kind of just, I think that little bit of impact sends like this little clump of sort of like coffee, like ground, sort of like brown, like vomit just like off to the side as I sort of like expel that out with a grunt.
Yeah. I think. Where's my healing thing? I know I just gave lay on hands, but what's the other one? Can't remember. My brain is not working at the moment.
Cure wounds.
Is it cure wounds? Okay. Yeah. Do I have that? No, I know I have something else that does like
It's fine.
I'll get back to you. She shoots some like healing magic into you, like immediately, just like hand pressed against your back and another one pressed against your chest, and just kind of like surges into you. And I think she just kind of like holds you there for a second. We just lost Ruby.
I think I take my fingers that have been plugging my nose, or like, pinching my nose. I just sort of flick them off to the side. You think I didn't know? You think I don't know?
Almost like a smirk like appears on the corner of her mouth of just like, of course you're taking this as confrontational. And I think she just kind of like takes a deep breath, her hands still kind of like pressed against you. It's not how I meant it.
I lean forward and let the blood slowly drip. I know. How's Rose? How's Rose? How's her arm?
Fine.
Tenant?
Fine.
Adet?
Fine.
Ruby?
Alive.
And then I think you feel some of the tension leave. Riva's back. Which is good. Good.
Riva. How are you?
You know I don't know how to answer that.
I think Rodella's eyes like glance back towards the house, which we can kind of see from the porch. That's still kind of smoking in the distance. And like knowing what she knows now about what room you were trapped in. And thinking about everything that's just happened and what Bernadette and Molly have revealed. I think Rodella's asking for more than just, the absolute horror and terror of losing their daughter. I think she's checking in on, and you can let me know how much of this you see, but she's checking in on the loss that you now have of two sisters.
I'm facing away from you, so I don't see any of this.
Okay.
And I think I kind of want to let I guess what I want to give in this moment is like how much do you want to dig deeper? Because the more you dig, the uglier it's going to get. And as much as she loves you, it is because she loves you that she doesn't want you to dig deeper.
I think in this moment, all Rodella wants to do is to dig deeper. But I also think that the reality of the situation that they're in is that we can't. And so instead, she just pulls you a little bit closer and just kind of lets out this like shuddering, almost like half sob of a breath. And she just kind of like whispers into your back, later. We'll check in later. Should we go back inside?
I want to finish up here.
Okay. Think Ridella's gonna stay with you?
Did I think you? Sort of see and watch Riva begin to plot her revenge. And you see it forming, written in blood.
After a few minutes, you both hear footsteps coming up the front path as Estrus and Fanula and Sam and Camille return home from their search. Estrus is kind of like in mission mode. You hear like her boots clack up the steps. You see her open her mouth to kind of like speak. Her eyes flicker down to the blood writing on her porch. But like, she hesitates for like a fraction of a second and then continues because probably not the first time this has happened. And I don't mean by Riva, I mean by her wife, who does similarly insane things. Runs in
It's a Crowcolt thing.
And I do think you see it register of like, Ridella, you recognize this particular look of fucking Crowcolts. So, and Estra's just gonna update.
Do you want to do it in your kitchen? We'll get everyone involved.
Sure. How's Ruby?
Well,
Back.
Good. Okay.
I sort of mentioned out, I'll clean up after.
Back inside. Siblings. God, it probably takes you like 10 minutes to get down those fucking 3 flights of stairs.
We're hearing the thumps. Yeah.
There's a moment where Ruby half serious, half just that they like get on their butts and just scoot because it's going so fucking bad.
And you reach the bottom, and I think kind of entryway to the kitchen is just visible from the bottom of these stairs, and Tennant catches sight of Rose again, kind of like in some sort of trance in the middle of casting this scrying spell, and I think just like another piece of that heart just like breaks off. And they like, yeah.
Just gonna say, I think Nadette kind of takes the weight of Ruby from Tennant and kind of holds Ruby back. I think Nadette will, like, if Ruby allows it, will kind of lead Ruby to a bathroom to go clean up a little bit and let them have the moment.
Yeah, I think she also clocks this and will just like kind of give Tennant's arm like one more squeeze and be like, it's okay. Go.
He like looks between the two of you, like, but will squeeze your hand and stagger over to the kitchen. Rose, what is your kind of like, what is your perceptive ability when you're casting this spell? Are you like aware of your surroundings? What's going on for you?
Rose is until like right before she goes into the vision. I think that like at this moment Rose has their eyes closed and it's just as much to focus on casting through like the weight of the exhaustion and the panic and the like adrenaline, post-adrenaline sickness as it is like just trying to like get her shit together for a minute and just like focus on the fact that like she's alive and she didn't die and everything's okay and it's gonna be okay. So I think that maybe Rose hears like the butt scooting down the stairs and has that like that's when they close their eyes and just is like trying to get her expression under control, but does not open her eyes when she hears footsteps in the room immediately, I don't think.
After a few seconds, you feel like cold fingertips kind of brush some hair away from your temple. And you feel like lips kind of press against the side of your face. And Tennant kind of like winds himself kind of to stand behind you and kind of like wrap themselves around you. And they're shivering quite violently.
Yeah. I think when Tennant like first touches her, I think their brows draw together because there's just a moment where she like thinks it's Rodella because Rodella's the only person in this family that doesn't have an internal heater at all times. And then I think like as his arms kind of wind around her, she processes that it's Tennant. And she takes like a really big and not subtle steadying breath and then opens her eyes and I think like one hand kind of comes up, probably the hand that was not recently broken, and will just like wind its way into his hair and her eyes will open and just, hi.
Hey.
I want to say, are you okay? But that feels like a really unbelievably stupid question, so, hi.
You okay?
Yeah, never better. Why? I think... Jess, can I fuck you with a spell? It's a cantrip. It's not like a... I know I'm scrying.
Can you what me with a spell?
Can I get fucky with a spell?
Can I fuck you with a spell?
No. Can I get fucky with a cantrip?
Please get fucky with your magic, yeah.
Oh, Druidcraft has this ability where you can, like, summon a little thing that'll tell you the weather. Can I do something similar to that, but can I make Tennant a teeny tiny little sun? Can I give Tennant a magic space heater? Is essentially what I'm saying this moment.
Sure, yeah. What does it look like when you do this?
I think for a moment, like the smell of citrus flowers kind of like, or orange blossoms kind of like overtakes the smell of just like blood and everything that is clinging to Rose, and some of the like gold that has been catching in the light in her hair as summer bleeds through a little bit. Some of that gold like lights in their eyes, and she just like moves her fingers and it's like all of the golden light in the room, the flickering light, everything just like coalesces into this little like, it almost looks more like firelight than I think like the traditional like golden sun. Very much in the way that I think Tennant has had a habit of like summoning fire because Rose likes to watch him do it. I think just like makes a little sun that has it like hover in the space between them. And then I think we'll just take his hand and like try to rub some warmth into his fingers.
I think you do this. You almost like hear like You almost hear the frown in his expression when you do this. And I think it takes like maybe a minute. And then suddenly like the shivering stops very like abruptly. And his whole body goes tense, and you hear just this little like sharp exhale of breath, and I think you realize in this moment that Tennant only just understands what it is he's lost.
Oof. I think that at this point, Rose like doesn't fully pull out of his arms, but like pulls back enough to look at them, like really look at them. And I think I'm gonna roll to see how good a job she's doing of hiding her own shit. You're joking me. It's fine. I can't roll below 10. Like 20 something, 20 high 20s. No, 30s, whatever. I can't do math. It's a high roll. It's all that matters. I think that Rose with like an expression that is not quite as emotional as it needs to be, and I think it's very much like the mom expression, like when your kid absolutely fucking eats it and you don't want them to like stress out and cry and you don't want to make a bigger deal out of it than it is, so you just kind of get that like, oh, yeah, you okay? I think that's sort of the expression a little bit that on accident that Tennant gets met with as she just like smooths a hand on his cheek and just, sorry, it's freezing in here. I thought, can use some warming up.
They nod, and they open their mouth to say something, and then there are footsteps as Estrus and the rest of the family, Riva, Rodella, kind of walk in and gather around you. I think Fanula kind of like makes deliberate eye contact with the both of you and goes, "Kids are fine."
Thank you.
Yeah. And Nadette and Ruby, you can rejoin in this moment as well.
I think as they rejoin, there's just like a little bit of lipstick. Just like Nadette was like, no, come on, trust me. This will make you feel like so much better.
My lips, it's so chapped already, please, I don't need.
I want aloe in.
Sam moves into a space beside you, Nadette, and grips onto your hand and just like grabs your hand and like holds it in both of hers in front of her. Like, okay, cool. You've had your off leash time. You stay with me now.
I think he'll just kind of like tap her head into Sam's shoulder. Doesn't leave it there, but is kind of like, all right, you got me. Kind of tap.
Yeah. She like drops a kiss on your forehead, and then it's like one, and it's like,
yeah. I do think in a Nadette twist on Riva, there is like in eyeliner on her arm, like notes about what happened that she took with like an eyeliner pen. So she would remember.
I think that Ruby is kind of like sat in her chair, trying to like look like her usual relaxed self, but it is also so obvious that she's like a little bit slumped. Kind of just, hey Sam, how's it going? You having a good night?
I think Sam's looking at you like you're a fucking ghost.
Yeah.
Like looks around at everyone else, like begging someone else to laugh, and no one does. Like, Fanola does a lap around the kitchen and drags noisily chairs out and like, you know, I think kind of like first kind of grabs Tennant and goes, "You look like shit," pushes him down into a chair, kind of like grabs each of them, kind of gives you a soft insult, pushes all of you down into a chair.
Yeah.
Thank
I think
you
Ruby
so
like
much. Oh, you go ahead.
Ruby just like kicks her feet up and has them like on the end of Tennant's chair. And it's just kind of sat back.
I look around the room Thank you, Astros. Thank you, Vanilla. Thank you for letting us come into your kitchen. Before we start, Ruby, do you have anything you would like to say to everyone here?
That's sick and fucking twisted, Bree. That's a crazy thing to say. What the fuck is wrong with you? Everything that I just experienced passes on Ruby's face within like half a second of just abject, like, why the fuck would you do this to me? And then puts a hand on your ankle. Like a steady.
Literally, probably, because I think that, like, there's a half a second where she's like, okay, the door is 10 feet away. I bet I could go before they all get me. Like, how long do I have before I get slide tackled? Oh my god. And I think just looks at Reba so confused, and then looks around at the rest of the family. Good to be back.
Anyway, I think Estrus swoops in this moment going, that's a fucking horrific, awkward moment.
I want to like interrupt Astros before she jumps in, and I just want to like put both hands on the table.
You mirror Estrus, she's doing the same thing opposite you at the other end.
Let me be clear. If any of you have the dumb fucking idea to go die, or go out in some fucking blaze of glory, we will bring you back, and we're gonna have a conversation. Have I made myself clear? And I would like to make direct eye contact with every single one of my children.
Ruby is halfway under the table. Like,
Kenneth looks at Nadette in this moment. You know when, like, your mom's telling you off and you, like, exchange a look with your sibling, like, oh. Ooh, mom's in trouble.
I think Rose takes a really awkward slurp from the tea bowl that just makes a little bit more noise than they would like it to because it's a bowl, and then turns pink and very gently puts it back down on the table.
And you know what? When you set the bowl back or take that slurp, I make eye contact with you. And I very slowly say, that includes you.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Sorry, I think, just to be clear of everyone at this table, I think I'm one of the least reckless. I don't know why you're making significant eye contact with me.
You hear a very soft scoff behind you come from Dan, who disagrees. Okay, are we done? Yeah?
We are. Thank you.
Great. We swept the house. Nothing living there. It's a fucking mess though, so maybe hire some contractors, I don't know. No sign of her. So we're gonna start resorting to magic. I think if you give me a minute, I can prepare something similar to scrying. And I think you hear, like, the longer Estrus, like, talks, like, that kind of, like, almost abrasive strength kind of, like, waves a little bit, and you just, like, kind of hear, like, the exhaustion and the fear kind of, like, creep through a little bit, and I think Fanula kind of, like, reaches across and kind of, like, covers her hand with her own. But, this house is yours for the night if you need it. There's plenty of rooms. We're gonna be working, doing what we need to do. So
I'm working on a scry if you want to sit for a minute.
I think she, like, raises a little bit of a, like, it's not a patronizing eyebrow, it's a little bit of a, oh, babe, are you sure?
I think there's an expression that sort of amounts to, like, this might as well happen. But it's, like, a very, like, genuine, heartfelt, like, there's a mixture of you're not keeping me away from this, I'll die trying to help mode. But it's a little bit of, like, a...
Yeah, you get a little bit of a, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but okay, I appreciate it. So yeah, you get all of that kind of in a couple of puzzled glances. Okay, yeah, if we could get that going ASAP, that would be great.
Yeah. As long as no one keeps pouring tea into my cup. Should be done in a minute. Sidelong glance to Reba.
And I think Reba smirks. This is great. So glad. What a great daughter-in-law. 10 out of 10.
While you seek magical solutions, there's always the mundane. Does anyone know the last time that you saw her, that you know it was her? Were there any extended periods where she was alone that she could have been placed?
Can I make some sort of check to see if it was really her that gave me the reading, or did fucking Molly read my tarot cards for me? That's horrifying.
That
I'll
is
make
a horrifying thought.
Make an insight check.
That's only a 9. I'm gonna use my inspiration for this, because I feel like Nadette needs to know on like a deep bone level who did this reading for her. Okay, that's better. It's still not great, but that's a 16.
You've had a number of readings from Sloane in your life. She has a very particular way about her, very cryptic way she delivers her opinions. It's like a loving lecture, oftentimes. You're not 100% sure, because you don't know what Molly's capable of, but it just, it doesn't sit right in your body or in your bones that, the person you sat with earlier, who seemed to read you these cards in a way that only someone who really knew you and had known you your entire life could really read these to you. And I think something in your gut tells you it couldn't have been anyone other than Sloane. You're not 100% sure.
I think I'll voice that, just a bit before, Sloane and I were speaking, she gave me a reading, and then I went to the haircut, which none of you noticed, which is rude, by the way. I know we've had other things going on, but I did get my ends trimmed and no one said anything. But, I do think that was her. I can't be completely sure, but I have a strong feeling.
And when was that?
2 hours before came for the seance, roughly.
Right. Ruby's writing on a napkin. Right, okay.
I saw her leave, and Nor speaks up from kind of the back end of the kitchen. I saw her leave for your guys' house, just before dusk.
She left before dusk. How long between then and when the seance was? When did we start this seance?
Probably, half an hour past dusk.
Okay.
It was the sun was dipping.
Right. Okay.
And there was you remember those long shadows that were cast across the room as the sun dipped and the moon rose right at the start of the seance.
Okay. Just drawing out a timeline.
Who was this is Tennant speaking. Who was the first to arrive at the seance?
Me. She seemed... I don't know. We didn't really talk much, but the room was full of that incense. So... I imagine that when she got there, the switch had already happened. Right, we've got a 2-hour window. And I imagine she'd want to keep it close. Tomorrow I can start searching the property. There are a couple of places. Not to mention caves. Go back down there and take a look and just... We should start outside the house though, because if she got taken somewhere along the path there might be signs. The birds might have seen something. I can ask. and just is like listing all of these has gone full business mode and starts like writing out and scribbling on the margins of his napkin, immediately like filling it up and kind of just reaching for another one, with just like a checklist of all the stuff that she wants to do tomorrow.
I think Gridella glances over at Rose, who I'm assuming has already kind of started the scrying process, and I think she just kind of holds up a hand and just says, I think first things first, and gestures to Rose.
Yeah, right.
I think, can Rose, like, focusing on the spell, also just, like, peek an eye open over at Fanula and Estrus and just, by any chance, do you have a lock of her hair or something similar?
Simultaneously, they both reach into their shirts and pull out these, like, silver lockets.
Yeah. I think internally Rose goes, figured.
Yeah! You see them open the lockets, you actually see several different locks of hair. Sloane's prepared.
Yeah.
There's fingernails in there.
Probably, yeah.
You know what? Fucking probably is eyelashes and all kinds of shit in there. Yeah. Fanula takes out like a strand of like pure icy white hair. And just like reaches across the table, slides it over to you. And then as she withdraws, she grabs like a blanket off of a chair and just like throws it over Tennant, who is like still like shivering like a fucking chihuahua. And he's like, oh. And I think the two of them look at you a little bit like desperately, kind of like just waiting.
Yeah. I think Rose gives them a very like grateful and sympathetic smile and then shuts her eyes very tightly because they can't deal with that pressure right now. Having almost been the lost wife, I think she just like shuts it all out and tries to focus so hard on like pushing her consciousness wherever Sloane is.
Yeah. Riva? Yeah.
What I'm trying to figure out is, like, if you're wanting to not be perceived as at this moment to focus on the spell, I think I maybe just sort of offer up a question just to get people's attention. Sort of like, what about... And I think I'm trying to figure out how I feel about Henry Harzipper, and his spirit in the mirror shard. Like, has he seen her?
I think Gridella, who, you know, a while ago Ruby was like offering the mirror, and I think she physically could not think about anything else. And I think the reality of like, oh, Henry's in there, like, hits her again. And I think she like quickly holds out her hand to Ruby.
Yeah, just hands it over.
And I think she like takes a look in the mirror. And I'm assuming, does she see that big brown eye?
I think you tilt it back and forth in the light, and whenever the light catches it, it just like reflects back this like shocking like electric blue.
I think she panics a little bit. Henry? Henry? Taps the mirror.
Hello? Rodella?
Can she see anything?
You see a brown eye. You know well.
And she kind of takes another deep breath, like, no, okay, can't lose another one. Can't do this again. And I think she kind of holds him up to everyone else. Henry, we're looking for Sloane. Do you know any? Do you know anything? Do you know what happened? Do you know where Molly is? Do you? And I think a bunch of questions start like pouring out of her mouth, like involuntarily, just like word vomit, and she just kind of starts like frantically, like just like barraging him with these questions.
I think that Ruby kind of like nudges Rodella with her foot under the table and is like, "Hey, give him a minute. He's been a bird while that it takes a second. Trust me."
And she kind of clams up a little bit. Do you know her, Sloane?
There's a long pause. And then you just kind of hear in this kind of like ghostly, echoed, like distant voice.
Is everyone okay?
Can you hear me, Henry?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. I think she looks up at Estrus as she says this, and Vanilla, and then looks back down. But someone's missing. And we'd like to know if she's okay. Is there anything you can tell us? Do you know?
Again, there's a long pause. It's almost as if like your words take a while to carry to wherever they are. Like there's a long delay on the other end of the line. And then you hear,
I'm sorry.
and after another beat,
I knew she was planning something. I don't know where she is.
It's okay. I think for a second, Rodella kind of like looks at this shard in this eye. And then I think she kind of like turns the mirror a little bit to see like Riva reflected in it. Does she see anything?
Do I see Henry in there?
you see yourself. Riva, given that this mirror reflects the innermost state of your soul, what do you think you look like, staring back out of it?
Oh, she is a small child huddled underneath a little crate fort.
Do I see that?
You do.
I think I sort of speak into the shard and just sort of say, "Hi, I don't... this is Riva Rodella's wife. If you could please give us a full report on what you know."
Mom,
No,
What?
I think that's about it. I think we've probably exhausted the extent of his knowledge or his capacity to tell us. Considering that she's a fucking sea hag.
You're cut off halfway through a sentence as Henry's voice rings out.
Where's your sister Bernadette?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Dead. She was trying to reach you.
I think
I
that
think Rodella
Ruby
glances at Ruby.
Ruby glances at Riva with the "oh god, I'm so in so much fucking trouble" look of a child who knows that they are in for it. And then looks away back towards the mirror. Molly got her.
And in this moment, Rose, your magic connects.
Mm-hmm.
You feel the scrying root to something, and you are brought very starkly back. And I hate to do this to you.
Not do it. It's cool.
That cliff face you fell off of in the ant farm. That moment
which one?
where your
Sorry.
fingertips... Pick one, babe. The moment your fingertips snatch at air, just centimeters shy of purchase, and that swooping feeling, you feel your magic do much the same thing as it like reaches to grab at something and misses. And you get a cold feeling in your gut. You know from the other times that you've done this spell, you know instinctively from what your magic tells you that wherever Sloane is, it's not on this plane.
I think that Rose, like, getting that rush of, like, white hot, like, sick adrenaline in the middle of this conversation, like, abruptly stands up and the chair clatters and, like, grabs whoever is sitting next to her's shoulder.
Tennant?
Just, like, grabs Tennant's shoulder and just, like, takes a breath and eyes shoot up and it just... Sorry. Fuck, sorry. Hang on. And I would like to try to cast Sending, which I have to roll a percentile, but can technically maybe go through planes. And I'm still kind of standing and, like, gripping Tennant's shirt. I will cast Sending to Sloane and say, Sloane, it's Rose. Where are you? I know it's not on this plane, but we're going to find you. Just tell me. I love you. And that's the message. I'm gonna get a percentile out here. I don't even remember. I have actually never had to do this for Ascending. I don't know what. It's like a 10% chance of failure, right? I think.
Don't know.
That's a... Oh, if it's 10%, I just made it, because it's a 19. Where's my keyboard? What's that going to be? D&D Beyond, please. Let's see. If the target is on a different plane than you, there's a 5% chance the message doesn't arrive. So I got a 19, so it theoretically should? Impart?
Rose, you're still kind of... Even though you shot out of your chair, you're still... A part of your brain is still gripped with that sensation of falling.
Yeah.
And then it's like someone reaches out and grabs your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you are dangling. And you feel someone... It's like you... Your hand is on Tennant's shoulder, but you feel someone like holding your wrist.
Mm-hmm.
And you are struck with a vision.
Mm-hmm.
You are standing in the kitchen of the Crowcolt estate. And you feel yourself start to fall asleep. Which is strange. You are Eladrin, you are Elven, and you can feel the part of yourself that is Elven push against it, but it's not the part of yourself, it's the part of Sloane that is Elven. The tiefling half of her and the Elven part of her warring to fight against this magical sleep means that it takes longer than it should, as she kind of like sinks to her knees. Your view of the kitchen kind of like blurs and dips in this like vertigo, like tipping of the axis. And you don't see the person that approaches, but you sense a presence approach you from behind. And you hear muffled chanting, some kind of incantation. and your vision goes white, and you are pulled out of this vision.
From this vision, can I at all tell what time of day it is? Like, is there any sort of window that light would shine through if it
It
was
looks around about just past dusk.
Okay. Sorry, I want to make sure I get all this down. I think that Rose pulls out of this vision and, like, eyes stay shut for a minute as they, like, breathe very rapidly and place probably more of her weight than she's intending to on Tennant. As, like, in this exhaustion and this, like, stiff breeze away from dying, just, like, tries to figure out how in the fuck she's gonna tell Sloane's partners this. And then just takes a really big breath, and eyes still shut because she doesn't want to see the reaction. Just, okay, they're not on this plane. Someone put them to sleep. And then just, like, creeps their eyes open. I tried to send a message, but, they didn't answer. I just got that vision instead. But they're definitely not on this plane.
They both look at you with this kind of, like, there's not a lot of emotion on their faces, there's just grim determination, and they nod. And they both speak at the same time. Fanula kind of, like, turns to Tennant and goes, "You said last year someone was trying to put you to sleep, right?" And Estrus, still kind of laser focused on you, Rose, says, "Where was she when she went to sleep?"
In the kitchen of the estate. And it was, not long past dusk. So... And there was someone, like, I was Sloane in the vision, and there was someone, like, coming up behind me and chanting, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Language was it?
Do I have any idea?
Just roll me
If
a
it
luck
helps. Okay.
because this was, like, muffled and, like, coming in and
Sure.
out of.
Okay, use this one. I'm gonna use my inspiration, because I rolled a 6. Come on, 10 and die! Oh god, it's out of the way. It's a 12!
I'm not sure.
Can I don't think this works like this. Wait, let me read this. Hello?
It's not that you wouldn't have understood the language, it's that
Sure.
the vision just didn't quite get it across to you.
Can I tell, like, so I could feel enough of Sloane to feel Sloane fighting? Could I sense any spark of recognition in Sloane at the language?
Make an insight check.
I'm better at those, theoretically. Oh, much better. Where were you a minute ago? Jesus. Yeah, 31. No, 30. I'm sorry.
You feel a very distinct recognition, and it's not just like a familiar recognition, it's a you feel Sloane recognize it and go, "Oh." And that's pretty much the last feeling she experiences before she's pulled under.
Okay. I couldn't tell in the vision what it was, but Sloane seemed to very clearly recognize what was happening before they,
Well, they can speak a million fucking languages, like, come on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rose.
Yes, sorry. Thank you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I can try again later or something. Just let me know what you need and I'll...
Esther goes, "No, that's great. I'm gonna go to the kitchen." And kind of, like, sweeps up a bunch of stuff. Anyone coming?
Cordell immediately follows.
I think Nadette will stand up and then, like, almost reflectively wait for one of her family members to yell at her.
I think Rose, like, collapses back down at the table.
Sam will go with you, Nadette. I think we'll follow this group as you leave the house. So that's, correct me Estrus, Rodella, Sam, and Nadette. Okay.
And I think I'm gonna...
You're going to, Reva?
Thinking about it, but now I'm... split.
Roll a dice about it.
Ruby's looking around and is like, "I'm gonna yell at me if I get up right now." And is trying to just gauge the okay. And then, like, half rises out of her chair, and then it's like, "Oh, nope, legs."
Okay. I'm gonna stay behind. I don't trust Ruby at all. I'm staying behind.
Okay, smart.
I think
Fox.
Rodella shares a glance with you as she walks out the door.
God, I love you so much. I think can I just toss you a knife or something just in case you need it?
I think Rodella's still got that greatsword.
Oh, fantastic.
I think Rodella found it somewhere, and like, I know she dropped it on the way out, but I'm sure somebody grabbed it. And so I think she's got a fucking greatsword on her.
I mean, I'm still gonna hand you a knife anyway. I trust you. I love
Appreciate
you.
it.
Just in case. Yeah.
She takes it, flips it a little, and puts it in her pocket.
I think to Rodella's retreating back, Ruby's just like, "If you can get the rest of that mirror and bring it back, we can get your ex-boyfriend a bigger room."
Oh, I don't know how I react to you saying ex-boyfriend like that. Oh. I think
Rodella speed walks out.
Perfect. The attention is less on me.
Crazy.
This is such a regular family. Such normal dynamic.
There's so many wild things happening right now.
So, this party of four kind of like crosses Pro Lane, and you re-enter the grounds of the estate. I think Estrus falls in to step beside you. Rodella kind of exchanges a brief look of like acknowledgement, gratitude, and Nadette, you're hand in hand with Sam. And I think you are kind of like just kind of crossing, you cross the threshold of these grounds, you walk through the big iron gates, and you hear like kind of stifled sniffling coming from her, kind of walking next to you.
Turn and look like kind of surprised, and then stifles that. Like, of course, a normal person would be crying right now. Why am I acting surprised? Like, just kind of looks at her and is very much trying to be like, "I'm fine," but has like a huge black eye. There's like a big gash still across her forehead. Her lips are still smeared in blood. Like, so like, "I'm fine," but it's just like looks absolutely devastated. Yeah. What?
What? Like, can't look at you.
I'm okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Are you okay? It's okay if you're not okay.
Yeah, it's okay if you're
not.
Oh god!
I think we'll kind of slow down and gives a look at Rodella, and that's just like, "Y'all, keep going. We'll catch up. Give us a sec."
I think she like slows to a halt and kind of like almost like winded, kind of like doubles over and kind of plants her hands on her knees.
We'll just kind of like sit down on her butt on the ground, looking up.
Oh no! Get up! Don't sit down!
What? Oh, why?
I don't know! I think you're concussed and maybe you won't stand back up again if you sit down. You're like a little bit cross-eyed.
I think, like, hearing, like, I think you're a little bit concussed. Like, Nadette kind of realizes for the first time that everything is a little bit blurry and she is a little dizzy and a little nauseous. And so I think instead of standing up, just kind of pulls Sam down to her. And is like, I hate to tell you this, but this is not the first, probably not the last time I will have a concussion.
Yeah, no, I know. There's like a lot of other stuff going on with you, but I'm just gonna focus on the concussion right now, because, like, that's the least scary thing to me. Okay. But it's okay.
I think I just kind of, like, grab her head and, like, shove it to my boobs and, like, just kind of a, like, it's okay, kind of, like, hug, but that's, like, the angle I can get.
The healing energy of your boobs.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. She kind of like hiccups into your chest and like catches her breath again.
I'm so sorry.
Don't you ever send me a picture of a fucking monster to my phone, you crazy bitch!
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, that was, I didn't. I'll make a group chat that's just for monster pictures in the future. Kind of like lean into her really heavy, and I think this is the first time that, like, even down the stairs, Nadette was, like, trying so hard to hold her own, and I think this is the first time she truly just lets herself collapse, and they're just fully kind of leaning on Sam. No pretense of, like, strength, emotionally or physically, just, like, kind of collapsed dead weight.
Runs a hand like a cat almost, like over the kind of matted, bloodied braids in your hair, down your neck, down your spine, again and again, going, it's okay, you're okay, it's okay.
Did I tell you my mom's making me apply for a job in the family? Like an application, a resume, a CV.
Oh my god, not a CV.
Not a CV.
You have no qualifications.
None in writing.
If you want work experience, you can always come work for me and, like, wash dishes at the bake. I'll give you a glowing personal recommendation.
Do you think you could... I mean, I've fixed every single table and chair in there at least. You have a terrible eye for quality furniture. Do you think you could write me a recommendation letter based on that?
Does your job working for your mom involve furniture?
I don't know. I've never had a real job. I own a business with Rose. I co-own a business. It's not even legitimate. We haven't filed any paperwork.
Yeah, no, you totally don't do taxes. I've checked. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm making this about me. Are you okay? You went to see a scary monster on your phone and had to deal with my extended
About Nadette,
family.
you nearly died. Of course it's about you.
But you had to deal with my extended... It's bad enough you have to deal with my immediate family, my extended family.
You're right. So much more chill than your actual family.
I know, what the hell is up with that? Oh my god!
Estes is wearing like a bone ring.
I know! She gave me a haircut! My cousin.
She kind of like takes a few steadying breaths, and after a little while, you feel like a little bit of tension build in the air as she like works up the courage to say something, and then finally, very hushed, she just says, "Were you in?"
Say that again.
Oh. Sweetheart, What room were you in?
I was with Mother in her office. I stabbed a bird with my dead aunt's, reincarnated aunt's horns. That's not regular, right? Just as a baseline check-in, that's not normal, right?
You feel where, like, Sam's hands are kind of gripping you. They, like, are trembling a little bit. No.
Okay, good. I mean, not good, but okay. I'm glad I at least know that is not normal.
To look at Sam's face. She's joined, you know, the search party for Sloane. She's walked through that house and she's seen that office. And I think that is just flashing in front of her eyes again and again and again. The desk shattered in half with the impact of probably you being driven into it. The blood splattered across the walls, across the floor.
Did you get my holo transmitter by chance? I left it there. Did you pick it up?
It's into her pocket.
Thank you.
So, like, no.
It's okay. Whatever you're gonna say, it's okay. Because everything about you is great and good, and you're hot. And I love you very much.
No, it's not. It's fine. I'm not. It doesn't matter.
No, it does. It matters to me. So much. What were you gonna say?
Selfish.
Being selfish is one of my favorite things in the world. It's okay.
Like, what if you, like, didn't work for your mom?
Do you not want me to?
Because I for you. And it's okay because I'm gonna get knife lessons and then I'm gonna be able to fight with you and then nothing's gonna hurt you anymore and it's gonna be fine. It just might take me a few years. Or decades.
Hey. I think, brings Sam back down to the boobs. It's
Face bonk the boobs.
Yeah. It's kind of like holding her head a little bit and is like, I don't know what to say to that, Sam. Because you already make everything better for me. You make everything feel safer. And you make me stronger. And I don't care if you know how to use a knife or not. You already make me 100 times stronger and more protected than I ever could be without you. You can tell my mom to go fuck herself if you don't want to learn how to use a knife. I'll back you up. But you're already more than enough.
Your boobs are wet when she kind of like raises her hand and she goes, I'm not gonna do that. I actually am quite excited at the prospect of using a knife. But it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. I love you.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Please don't ever do that again.
I don't hear what I don't know how many more.
No, I know you. I know.
From my mother's past
just
could possibly
just
come
say
back.
yes. Just say yes,
Yes.
and if you break that promise, like, it's okay.
It's not okay, but yes.
Okay. It's okay.
Ruby's gonna sleep over tonight. Is that okay with you?
Oh, baby, it's okay.
Okay. I haven't invited her yet, but I'm not going to invite her. She's going to sleep over.
Okay. Yeah.
My family's weird. You know? And
Little bit, but like not that bad.
right, not that bad for sure. I just want I need you to know that there is nothing I wouldn't do to keep that weirdness from ever getting to you. And I'm sorry that it has time and time again, and I wish it wouldn't. And I just...
I'm not going anywhere. And I kind of... I like the weird when it's not... when it's not... me spending several hours thinking, like, you might be dead. Like, the other weird is fine. And if it means I get you, that's okay.
Okay. And in my defense, I was gonna call you, but there was a, you know, extenuating circumstances. And,
Well, just that caveat, right? Like, extenuating circumstances. Shit happens, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A fucked up bird accident, well, on purpose.
The bird? What?
The fucking birds.
Okay.
I fought a bird, and it healed itself with, like, gold thread magic. Terrifying. But it's okay.
Let's do that.
Knowing all of this, if you know, if and when you still want to, you know, have a family someday and, you know, maybe get engaged, you still don't want to be proposed to on, like, the Jumbotron at the Miriam Games and have everyone look at you, right? That's still a no-go. So I thought, it's just gonna have to make
Nadette, what?
Just checking.
Like,
Temperature check.
okay. It wouldn't make me say no. Like, I'm saying yes. Like, that's kind of like, that's kind of like a given.
Right.
But, like, if I had a choice?
Not the Jumbotron at the Miriam Games.
Yeah.
Okay, just double checking. I figured, but, you know, just temperature check.
Cool. No, those are good. Yeah. Okay.
I still might do it. I'm kidding. That was a joke. I won't do it if you don't want to. Okay.
Should, like, kiss each one of your, like, bloodied knuckles and drag you forward.
I'll let myself be dragged.
Rodella, you walk back through the ajar front door of your home, and that wave of sulfur, of ash, and of blood hits your nostrils again. And now that you're not in this, like, adrenaline-soaked, like, haze, now that, like, your vision isn't blurry with shock, you see, like, the destruction.
Kind of walks through the home, you know, carefully stepping over these broken, shattered pieces everywhere. And I think for a second, it kind of like hits her that Riva stayed with the kids, and she's the one out working. And I think this, like, almost this sense of, like, drive kind of engulfs her, and she starts, like, hyper-focusing and picking apart any detail she can see, anything she can come across.
Yeah, I think the only, the room, if you're kind of, like, following it, Esdras is beelining for the kitchen, so if you aren't kind of following her, you'll part ways for a minute. The first kind of room that you would come across is that nursery, and, like, it's not even, like, a room, really, anymore. The library is at the furthest, like, end of the house, and then the office is upstairs. So, if you stop in on any of those rooms, let me know.
Yeah, I think she beelines for the nursery first, just because that's where.
Yeah.
And I think it's taking everything in her to beeline back there, but she kind of forces through the panic.
Yeah, you have to step through, like, blood-soaked carpet to get there. Inside that nursery is just yet more, like, it's just blackened. It's just... There's even just a few stubborn embers still clinging on. I think in particular to that wicker basket that you remember laying a baby Nadette in. You remember kind of rocking it with the shoe, rocking her to sleep as a child. All of those memories from their childhood that you stored in here, all of those boxes, ash. And these stubborn embers kind of, like, flare and then die and then flare and then die.
I think Rodella stomps on them as she walks through the room.
You stomp out these little bits of light. And another, like, glint of light catches your eye, and you kind of, like, are drawn to it, ready to, like, stomp out another kind of pile of ash. But it's not the coals of your home. It is this molten and cooled pool with a fine, like, layer of ash settled kind of around it. You remember that golden mirror in the library. And what's in front of you looks to be the remains of another one. But, to your knowledge, this was supposed to be indestructible gold. And this has been melted down out of its original form.
I think Rodella kind of in an attempt almost to ensure that she is paying attention and doing as good of a job as Riva would do, is taking pictures on her holo transmitter of everything she can see, everything she can spot, and I think takes particular close attention to this. Recalling Ruby shouting over the phone, fire.
Yeah. There's a clatter from somewhere in the house that I think probably makes you, like, jump, and then you realize it's very likely Esdras tearing the kitchen apart.
I think she quickly walks out and goes to check on her.
Nadette, it's about this time that you cross the threshold as well, and you also hear the kitchen being upended.
think as Nadette crosses the entryway, we'll kind of just reach to the side where, like, their little weapons check rack is, and we'll grab the great axe that she left there and kind of put it back on her back. Alright! You ready to, do some sleuthing?
I think Radella meets you at the entry and just kind of like casts you a quick glance and then walks into the kitchen.
Yeah, every cupboard is open. Every drawer is pulled out. And she's just kind of doing these, like, laps. And you see S just keeps kind of, like, muttering to herself and kind of, like, lapping the kitchen again and again. And you see, as she does so, her eyes keep, like, glaring and turning white and, like, rolling into the back of her head and coming back. And again, she tries to do it. And she just kind of, like, kicks a cupboard door shut and goes, "Fuck!" I can't reach her. Sometimes, like, we can see through each other's eyes, but I just can't. I get it. They're on a different plane, but I don't know. Can you see anything in here that I can't?
Nadette will come in and make... Can I make, knowing that it was a sleep spell used, an investigation check to see if there's anything where it looks like something was, like, tipped over by someone who fell, like, who fell asleep, kind of like...
Sure, make an investigation check.
Wait. Let me see before I roll. Okay, so that is a 23. I rolled a 19 on the die.
I think you would see what Esther's wouldn't, because Esther's isn't as, she's familiar with this kitchen. She hangs out here a lot. But, like, this is, like, you grew up here. You know the placement of
snuck
everything.
Through this kitchen to go to a party before. I have!
Right. And in your sneaking, this is an old house, right? And you have learned the tricks and the bones of it, and where it creaks, and where it makes noise, and where it groans. And there are kind of, like, these beautiful ornate rugs on the kitchen floor to kind of muffle the sound of, like, where you walk everywhere, right? And those rugs kind of ran along, around the island that's in the center. They run along the cupboards. And in kind of the back corner, one of the corners of this rug is kind of, like, flopped over, as if it has been disturbed and rumpled up a little bit in some way.
Go over here, or to that part. This is unusual, but not in a way. I think here was where it happened. This rug isn't usually like this, and I don't see any way, based on everything else that's happened in this kitchen, could end up like. Here's where we should start.
I think S just, like, squats down on the floor and just, like, puts her hand on that cold spot on the floor, and just kind of, you see a little bit of, like, her shoulders sag.
I think I'm just kind of, like, from behind, kind of give a hug. It's, like, really quick, just to, like, you've got this, it's okay, we'll find her, we're here, but also feel your feelings.
She gives you, like, a pat.
Can
I
Radella
will,
make some kind of check to see anything that maybe Nadette sees?
Yeah? Are you, like, using anything? Or are you just making a straight up check?
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything that really works. I mean, I've got locate object, but I don't think that's gonna work. So, yeah, I think probably just a straight up check.
Yeah.
Could I argue insight?
What insight are you looking to gain as you look around this room?
I mean, anything that can, from like knowing Sloane and knowing kind of Molly, the way that I know Molly.
Okay.
The limited information that I have on that. Just kind of seeing like motive, technique, like whatever. I can glean from that.
You have inspiration if you want to use it. 16. Okay. Bad.
Crazy. I have a +7.
It pains you, but you try and put yourself in the shoes of Molly Machiavellian. And you try and think, okay, if she's kidnapped someone, if she's done something, like, in my experience of her, like, what has she been using? What magic has she been using so far? You know, she uses a lot of illusion. That whole fucking battle was rife with it. Specifically designed to kind of torture and prey on your worst fears and insecurities. You know, from experience and now through Rose's retelling, she could put people to sleep. And then you think, okay, different plane. Or at the very least, not on this one. And you kind of go, okay, has there ever been, a moment that I know of where, like, we've been on a different plane or Molly's been on a different plane? And you think about where you found Ruby Davies.
Okay.
How you found Ruby Davies.
Mm-hmm.
She was put in a pocket dimension, and I don't know. I think, yeah, you think about that gem.
So I turn to the others and I very quickly relay that information. We found her in a ruby, so there might be some kind of item. She might have it on her.
Okay, yeah.
So we have to find her to find Sloane? Is that what you're saying?
I imagine she'd keep her enemies close.
Would she, or was she just fucking? Is she just fucking with us? Would she, like,
Okay, well, we don't know. So,
Well, no, of course she's fucking with us. And to fuck with us, she'd keep them close, because the one thing she hates more than anything else is how close we are, because she thinks she doesn't need anyone. So of course she would taunt us.
Right, she's not gonna, like, turn her into something and then drop it off a cliff, right?
I think she needs the leverage.
I think it, like, Rodella thinks back on the fact that the haunting fact that, as far as they know, Molly has been hanging out with them for the last year. And who knows how long before that. Molly has been around. And I think she just kind of looks at Estrus and she goes, I think she'll keep her close.
Fuck.
So we need to find out.
And I think that is where we're going to end our session. Join us in a month's time, post-Christmas break.
What a banger ending.
That's brutal.
Well, we hope you have a wonderful holiday. And, yeah, until then,
Happy
kaka
holidays!
and happy holidays. Mwah. Bye.